is only a very small problem. But WWE, for whatever reason, are not allowing access to the preview, right? So if I actually whoosh over, and that is my Twitter feed. Let me go over to this one. I'm just getting that. You are not authorized to access this page. This is only WWE.com, and it's only where we go for the preview. So I don't know if everyone's getting this message, but frustratingly, it means that I can't access the preview, and we always like to start with the preview. So again, if you just click on that, you get this. You are not authorized to. So I don't know if they specifically targeted me because we expose the truth and they don't want the truth coming out. But apparently I'm not authorized to. I was the other day, but I'm not today. So that's upsetting. But we know what we're getting in regards to this match. So Damian Priest against Dominik, against Sheamus, against Seth. Fatal 4-way for the #1 contendership. Obviously, the winner will go up against Gunther. Sean Ross Sapp announced yesterday that there is going to be a women's battle royal. I've not seen that come out of WWE, though. I mean, I am being very, very careful with spoilers because I actually don't know any. Right? I've been sent a few clips, but I have not watched any of those clips. I'm really not interested. Thankfully, I've heard people saying that they've seen results for this show, because obviously this show was taped yesterday. I haven't seen any results. I've not seen any results. I've not watched any clips. Unavoidable to kind of see the odd image, but by and large, I've done all right. I'm quite happy, actually, that I really can go into this pretty much like a normal Raw. So it's kind of hard to know what's been announced, what's not, and this does not help. Clicking on this and then not being able to get the official preview. So we might have to skip this bit, right? It's coming from Saudi. Obviously, it was taped yesterday. So unfortunately, we don't have really any more details than that, apart from potential spoilers, and I am not interested in spoilers. So, Thomas Morehouse, wow, 49 months. 49 months. That's amazing, dude. Really appreciate the support. We did a watch-along for the members yesterday. We did Royal Rumble 92. I actually really enjoyed the undercard of that. It was really fun watching, like, the Bushwhackers, watching Legion of Doom, Natural Disasters, looking at some of the fans and how the setup was back in 92. It's a show we've watched before. It's a show we'll watch again. But I really enjoyed that. The Rumble was good for its star power. The only problem with doing a watch-along for a Royal Rumble is 99% of it is people teasing they're about to eliminate someone. And when you already know who wins, it's not brilliant, to be honest. It probably works when you're a kid, but when you're an adult rewatching it, like, it was the star power really that kind of got me through that Rumble, if you will. I've seen it so many times though, and it is awesome. I mean, there's some great moments in there as well, some great little spots and everything. So yeah, we did a little watch along yesterday. Obviously on Monday it was pretty stacked. We had Crown Jewel, as well as that we did UFC. We've been pumping out Unseens all over the weekends. We'll have another Unseen after this, of course. So there's loads going on at the moment, and obviously we've got Raw tonight, and I do need to say happy election eve, everyone. I hope everyone's excited. I'm excited. I can't wait. I can't wait to, we're doing a special Wrestling Escape Pod tomorrow where we're going to talk about the election. We're not, I don't have a side, right? I genuinely don't have a side. I enjoy sitting back and watching the two sides kind of going at it, right? That's what I enjoy. So I haven't got a side. I'm kind of sat in the middle with my popcorn, just watching as these two sides go into war. So it's going to be dramatic. I hope it's really close. I hope it's really controversial. That's what I want. I know it's like really important in democracy, and I'm sure loads of you are like, no, it's definitely got to be Trump, or no, it's definitely got to be Harris. Not me. I just want to be entertained. So I'm hoping it's close. I'm hoping it's dramatic. I'm hoping there's accusations. I want there to be protests, not ones that get out of control, right? You know, there's a line. But I want, you know, give me drama. Give me drama. There's not much else going on in my life, to be honest. So might as well get my kicks that way. So, yeah, we're on the eve of all of that. So looking forward to that. So we'll do a election wrestling escape pod tomorrow, but no NXT. Not because I'm lazy, but because WWE have moved it. It's on Wednesday this week. So obviously NXT is Wednesday. It goes up head to head with AEW. There we go. I knew that I would get there. So yeah, it goes up head to head with AEW this week. So it should be extra spicy. Right, Carl and Dawn, hello. Carl said, hello, Daze, from under the stairs. Oh my God, is that Dawn? That might be Dawn, you know. If there's one thing I know about Dawn, she is forced to live under the stairs. Mainly because she got killed. But, oh my God, Dawn, shout out to you. I hope that you managed to contact the authorities. So shout out to you guys. I'm gonna just resize a couple of things here. Lovely. Right, yes, Carl, Dawn, shout out to, I mean, we all know that's Carl pretending to be Dawn, but you know, play along. Matter said it's not fair to Flair. Oh my God, Matter was counting them, actually. Matter was counting those. I was doing a rubbish job of that. I said every time we hear it's not fair to Flair during the 92 Rumble, we should think about taking a drink. And I was then talking obviously over the top and just kept missing all the it's not fair to Flair. So yeah, I think we ended up on 5. I still think there probably is more than that though. But Matter, shout out to you, buds. Matty Boom said, I've avoided most spoilers. I hope we get the Wyatts get more than 3 seconds tonight. Yeah, same here. I mean, I don't think this is a spoiler, that what I'm about to say, but I've had a fair few people get in touch with me and send me clips, right? Which again, I have not watched, but I mean, the excitement and the image that was like the main picture of the clip before you even click on it tells me that we should be getting something Wyatt Sicks tonight, right? So Wyatt Sicks fans, I know many of you have probably had the whole whatever we get tonight segment, 2 segments. I genuinely don't know. I'm sure some of you have had the whole thing spoiled, but I am just aware that we should be getting something tonight. So yeah, looking forward to it. And Mark, Firefly Forever, shout out to you, buds. Shouts out to you. We have, let me just change this over because we have there. It's that time again. It's Barry, everyone. Look at Barry. Still not got rid of them gnomes, have we, eh, Tony? Still not got... I'm going to write that, actually. Still got the scary gnomes. Hashtag disappointing. There we go. You can just sort of see them there in the background. The scary gnomes. Don't know why they're still there. You'd think they would have been... With all the attention we've put on them, you'd think they'd be boxed up and kind of hidden away from Barry, but you know, Barry looks okay. He's not watching. I don't blame him. I wouldn't, but he's definitely listening. So Barry, hope you're well, my friend. Probably my favorite member of this community. To be honest, it's a short list anyway, so it's not difficult. Wayne said, Daze, do we think that Cody will lose the title at Mania? Wayne, shout out to you, my friend. It is a good question. It really depends who he faces. So I'm thinking if it's going to be The Rock, I think there is a chance that he will. I'm sure The Rock would be willing to put him over, would be willing to kind of use his star power to put Cody over, but I think that it would make sense actually for The Rock to just have a little run with the belt, because The Rock is such a massive name. For him to win the title at WrestleMania, that is worldwide news. That is something that I could see, like, news outlets that don't normally cover wrestling, I could see them covering it. Just because, I mean, I think I'm right in saying The Rock is still the most followed American man in the world on social media. So if the most followed American man in the world now becomes WWE champion, however old he is, right? 52. I have no idea. I feel like that is going to get some serious traction, right? And it gets heat onto The Rock. And then it gives you so many options as well, because, you know, do you do the rematch and Cody wins the title back at, say, SummerSlam? Do you have Roman going up against The Rock to get the title at SummerSlam? You know, there's a lot of different directions that you could take it. If it's The Rock, I would definitely have... I would have Cody as favourite, but it would not be like, yeah, Cody, 95% Cody wins. It would be like, I don't know, 65-35, 70-30. You know, I'd give The Rock a good chance of getting that championship. So it really depends who he goes up against. I would also give someone like Randy a chance at getting that championship. If Randy faces... Because we all know that Randy needs a few more title reigns, because I think he's on 14 and 17 is the all-time records. So, you know, it makes sense for them to give him like that extra couple just to get him in the conversation. Because when all is said and done, in a few years' time, the person that's got the outright record might be Randy Orton. Right now, we're wondering if it's going to be Flair or if it's going to be Cena. But in a few years' time, on the men's side of it, it might be Randy Orton. Women's side of it, of course, Charlotte is just, you know, miles ahead. But on the men's side, Randy's not that far behind. So they might want to give it Randy. Plus also, you know, do we need another 3-year title run? Like, we just had, like, an epic title run out of Roman. And there's already people contacting me saying that Cody has had this title too long. Saying, like, oh, he should have dropped it already. I'm really frustrated at going into matches knowing that he's not going to lose the belt. I think for me, if you look at any long title run, you tend to get a lot of matches in that where you go, you won't lose it. It comes part of it, really. If you can book a long title run where every title defense feels like the person's going to lose it, I'd say you've got something exceptional. I'd say that's an exception. I would not say that's the norm. The norm is you have a long title run and you kind of know that you're working to a certain show or know that you're working to a certain opponent, and that means that the person's going to defend against, you know, people that are not going to win the belt, basically. So I think Cody's had to go through that. I mean, I think we're all looking at WrestleMania as being maybe the first place that he loses it. I don't really think he loses it. Like, I don't think he'll defend it at Survivor Series. I don't think he will. If he defends it at Saturday night's main event, I'm not expecting him to lose it there. You could look at the Rumble, but it really depends who he's facing at the Rumble. Again, you could look at Survivor Series. If he does defend it there, again, it depends who he defends it against. If it's Randy, that could be interesting. I don't think he loses it to a heel Kevin Owens. So, yeah, WrestleMania, I could see him getting through to that. Will he lose it? It really depends who against. If it's Randy and Rock, I definitely give the opposition a good chance. But to be honest, I think even those names, I still have Cody as favourite. So I think it will be... I think it'll be WrestleMania will be the first time that I feel a bit nervous, if you will, about him losing it. But again, I have to go back to what I just said. It really depends who he faces at Survivor Series. Wayne said, do we think Cena will win a title next year? That's a good question, Wayne. I think that Cena will win a title. I think he'll win the World's Heavyweight Championship. He could get the WWE title off Cody, but I don't think so. I don't see him going after that, to be honest. I think that is, you know, you got Randy, you got Rock, you got Roman, you got Cody, you've got potentially CM Punk. You've got a lot of people swimming around that WWE Championship. Whereas the World Heavyweight Championship feels, I would think, a bit more realistic for someone that's been out the game as long as what John Cena has. You know, John is definitely worthy of getting that outright record. As I said, you know, just when the smoke settles in a few years' time, it may not be John that's got the records. It may be Randy. But I could see John getting it next year because I think there is a ground swell of support of people that want to see that record broken. You know, it's a moment, isn't it? And we all want to be there for moments. That's the whole point in watching wrestling, is being there for like special moments and big moments. And to see someone become the man that has won the most world titles in the history of professional wrestling, you know, and you know WWE would massively big that up as well. And all he's got to do is just win one more. Right now, he's just got to win one. And we've got a whole 12 months to figure out how to do it. You know, he'll be in the Rumble. I'm sure he'll find a way into Elimination Chamber. I have no doubt at all he will be in at least one title match for a world title. At least one. I don't know if it's at WrestleMania, but at some point next year, he'll get the opportunity. It's too easy, isn't it? It's too easy. It's right there on the table. It is way too easy to push that button of like telling the story of can he do it? Will he do it? Will he become a 17-time world champion? And it's just too easy to find a way of getting there. You know, even if it's like some battle royal win or something, even if it's not a Rumble or an Elimination Chamber, you know what it's like. Once you get past WrestleMania season, it seems to become a little bit easier to get these kind of title opportunities. In fact, we've got a Fatal 4-Way tonight that's got like Sheamus in it and Seth. If someone, you know, in January, you got to win a Royal Rumble to get a title shot. Here we are in, November, and it's a Fatal 4-Way. Win the Fatal 4-Way on Raw tonight, and you go on to face Gunther for the World Heavyweight Championship. Like, there are times in the year where it is going to be easier to get, you know, a world title shot. It's not always as difficult as having to win a Rumble or having to win King of the Ring or something along those lines. Sometimes it's just win this Fatal 4-Way, you know? I know who's in it. Damian, who technically lost to Dominik last week. He's in it. Dominik's in it, who has not got the greatest record in 2024. Seth's in it. You know, because of his past achievements, you can say that he deserves it. Plus, he's coming off a win against Big Bronson Reed. And Sheamus, who I think has picked up a few wins. But yeah, it ain't going to be that hard to get Cena into the mix. So yes, I definitely think he gets title opportunities next year. I definitely think he does get number 17. I think it's too big of a moment to not pull the trigger on. And I don't know, though, that he has that record in a few years' time. Wayne, so shout out to you. Appreciate the question, dudes. Let's jump over, ping over. Here's another idea. Cena wins the World Heavyweight title, then drops it to Sami. Well, you know me. I flipping love Sami. So any way that we can get the belt onto Sami, I'm definitely down for it. I think I'm leaning, you know, towards Sami kind of cashing in a Money in the Bank. I'm kind of leaning that way, I think, with Sami. Because I just think that moment where he's running down with the briefcase after, like, being cheated out of winning the title. Certainly when Roman was champion, he was cheated out of winning the title. So him coming down and actually having that moment with that would be a really cool cash-in. That would be a really cool cash-in. So I would ideally like him to win a match clean, properly earn the world title. You know, there's always a little bit of a cloud hanging over those that win it by cash-in. But the excitement of the moment, I think, really kind of overshadows any doubts or any questions or anything, and that would be a really good one. So Sami winning Money in the Bank, or even you could have Cena. But do you want the record being broken by a cash-in? I don't know. As I said, there is just that little cloud that kind of hangs over cash-ins, unfortunately. So I don't know if people would want the record being broken with Cena coming down with the cash-in. But undeniably, if that did go that way, it would be so exciting. I wouldn't have a problem with it, right? I wouldn't have a problem with it. It's probably not ideal. You know, something as historic and as prestigious as being the person to have the most world title reigns. You'd probably want it to be a longer story, you know, man versus mano, one-on-one battle of the best, who's going to come out on top, rather than just running down with a briefcase. But knowing John Cena, he would probably win Money in the Bank and then he would cash it in and say that he wants his match at SummerSlam like months in advance. He's done that before. You know, it's not really his style to do the sneak attack kind of a thing, is it? So I don't know. There's lots to explore there. Money in the Bank's going to be exciting. Obviously, who wins that next year? So disappointed with the way they booked it this year. You just wasted it on the Drew Punk feuds. I mean, think about it. Someone could have that briefcase right now. And they don't. Jey Uso could have had that briefcase. Jey Uso could have had that briefcase. Imagine that. Jey, Yeet in the Bank. We could have had Yeet in the Bank. So, yeah, I was disappointed with Money in the Bank this year. Hopefully they don't botch it next year. And looking forward to that. Looking forward to the Rumble as well. Obviously, that's a big opportunity for someone. So, yeah, lots going on. Pocta Dill, shout out to you, my friends. Would you take a 20-second stink face from Rikishi to take a 10-second one from Julia? Also, are you guys still mad about the Boston Tea Party? Do you know, actually, it's a good question. Both of them, all of them. So, Pocta Dill, shout out to you, my friend. I sort of feel like I'm trying to remember how much it was covered in school. It's definitely mentioned, right? The whole Boston Tea Party thing. But it's not something that's like, you know, dwelled upon. It's like one of those. We focus, when I was at school, you kind of run through history quite quickly. And I would say you spend a fair bit of time on World War II. I remember spending like so long on World War II when I was at school. And like all the stuff before that, you just sort of work your way through it. So definitely it was something that was mentioned, but not something that was dwelled on. In regards to how people upset about it, no one cares. No one cares. We've got way other concerns, way other problems. Things that, you know, I don't know if you heard about Brexit or the pandemic, but those things have kind of dominated, or the fact we can't choose a prime minister that can last longer than a week. Those kind of things tend to occupy our thoughts a little bit more. So, no. If anything, we just look back on it as a good waste of tea, to be honest. If anything, we're just really... We're still mourning the loss of a lot of very good tea leaves, you know? And that is going to take time to get over. But I think we've got a good relationship with America now. So there is a degree of forgiveness there, but I don't know. Yeah, it still stings a little bit. In regards to would I take a 20-second stink face to take a 10-second one from Julia? I don't know really, to be honest, because like if I say yes, that sort of makes me sound like a perv, and rightfully so. I think I probably wouldn't. Only because if I was a dirty perv, I don't think it would be great for the brand of this channel, you know? Imagine that. You can just see the headlines. Did you hear what that YouTuber did? You heard about that wrestling streamer? He agreed to take a 20-second stink face from Rikishi so that he could take a 10-second one from Julia. Oh, my God. Imagine what the chat would be like then. Imagine what the chat... Even I would be in the chat going, you're a dirty perv. How do you sleep at night, you perv? Even I would be trolling me. So, I'm going to have to say no, unfortunately. But Julia, if you are watching and you're up for it, hit me in the DMs, yeah? I mean, it's probably not going to happen unless you come over to the UK, but, you know, it's up to her. It ball's in her court. That's all I'm gonna say about that. If Rikishi's watching and he's up for it, well, you can hit me up as well, actually. You know, beggars can't be choosers, can they, really? So, yeah, either, really. If either of them want to contact me in DMs, it's absolutely fine. So it's an open invitation. An open invitation. But officially, I'm going to have to turn it down because it's just not great for my image. And my image is pretty much in the gutter anyway. So, Pocta Dill, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. Some very thought-provoking questions there. Absol said, I think we will get WrestleMania, Rock versus Cody versus Cena. Then Cena wins. At WrestleMania 42, we get Roman versus John. SummerSlam Roman versus Rock. Not sure, but John has said this is the last year. I don't think there will be a WrestleMania 42 for John. In fact, they're billing this WrestleMania as his last one. So I really don't see John winning it at 41 and losing it at 42. If he's having a run, it's going to be done this year or next year. It's going to be done in 2025. By the time we get to December, we're going to be shedding a tear and we're going to be saying goodbye to the man we couldn't see anyway. Lisa said, fun question. Who would think would win in a fight between you and Tommy Troublesome Travels? Don't know, to be honest. Because, you know, he is a Boston boy. And as has been pointed out, they do have an inbuilt disdain for the English. So I do think that he would be able to tap into some... Well, I don't want to say racism, but we've got to say it as it is. I think but everyone in Boston is racist towards the people of England. And I think that he would tap into that. So it might just give him... Because I don't feel any disdain for the people of Boston, as I just said. Like, it's kind of touched on at school, but not really dwelled on. So, you know, it's fine. It's not something that we dwell on. But I think that, you know, I don't like using the word racism, but I think we have to call it as it is. And I think he would tap into that. And I think that his hidden level of hatred for me might just give him the slight advantage. So, James, Daze, it could be worse. Vince shizzing on your head, said James. That is true, actually. That does sound worse. And if Vince is watching this, and we all know that he is, I'm not interested in you hitting up in my DMs, thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to joke about Rikishi and Julia doing it, but you get the idea that Vince could be watching this and he could be getting ideas. Certainly now he's got a lot of time on his hands, so he is not welcome in my DMs. Niall said, how about 5 seconds Julia for 30 seconds Rikishi? Niall, I think you've missed what the point I made was. It could be 5 seconds Rikishi, 30 seconds Julia. The core problem still remains, doesn't it? Like, I stream on a regular basis. We've got this very carefully crafted community, right? Cultivated, some might say. Lovely words. That we've carefully brought together, right? And I think for me to reveal myself as some sort of pervert, I think first of all would shock the community. I think the community would be stunned, right? If it turned out that I was perverted, that would be hard for them to process. But not only that, I think that it would be a case of that being a real blow to my angelic image that I've spent so long fine-tuning, right? So this is my problem. It's not really the ratio of like, what about this to get you this? It's all of it that's a problem, really. Even if it was just a straight minute of Julia and there was no Rikishi, that would be a problem, right? I mean, not for me. Not for me. But, like, I'm just saying, image-wise, I don't know that it's a good... Although, saying that, a whole minute of getting stink-faced by Julia, if you had that video and you put it on TikTok, I've got to think a lot of the comments would be like, respect. That man, he's living his best life. Respect. I respect that. Yeah. Also, it is just worth pointing out, and I don't know if people... I know this community does tend to forget a few little details. It is just worth pointing out that we do have Barry watching as well, right? So, a lot of talk about... I mean, thankfully, I don't think Barry knows what a stink face is, but... You know, we are catering to all ages here, so we do need to be very careful with the conversations we embark on. So, thank you. I mean, we don't need to worry too much about Barry. He's already traumatized from those flipping gnomes, but, you know, it is what it is. Ian, chat out to you, said Daze would do it. No, none of us would be surprised, says Ian. Well, Ian, thank you for giving me the confidence to move forward if that opportunity ever presents itself. So you saying that has just given me a little more confidence that I might be able to get away with it. So really, as I said before, the ball is in Julia's court. Uncle Revel, hello. It's a good thing Miz put his mansion up for sale last month. He's gonna need that cash to buy back his release from the Wyatts unharmed. It's gonna be Uncle Dollar Howdy, Uncle Dollar Howdy, Uncle Top Dollar Howdy. This is gonna be this group, the Wyatt Sicks, are slowly gonna transform into Hit Row version 2.0. It's gonna be absolutely insane. They're gonna come out. They're gonna do raps. It's going to be wonderful. Yeah, I'm interested to see where we go with this. A good point was made, actually, on Twitter, and that was, are they not going to send any messages to Carrion? Everything seems to be aimed at The Miz. Like, all the pictures that have been put out on social media are all, like, to do with the Miz-tourage and stuff like that, you know? So, are we not sending a message to Carrion? Are we not, like... I mean, listen, there's still time for that, you know, that we could move on to that. But I was kind of like, yeah, I get where you're coming from. I think we will move on to it. But at the moment, we are very, very focused on The Miz. Kian said, Daze, I hope you're doing well, having a good stream. How was your weekend? I think people pretty much saw it. I was, you know, doing quite a few videos. And, you know, I think we did 2 streams on the Saturday. We did about a 3-hour member stream on the Sunday. There was unseen, so really away from all of that, it was just a case of social media, keeping on top of things, compiling folders for unseen, working on a few graphics, blah 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 blah. So just stuff like that, to be honest. So yeah, Kian, shout out to you. Kian says, I'd give 50 seconds for a stink face off Julia and Lola Vice. I can't wait for Raw. So Kian, shout out to you. I feel like if you had a stink face from Lola Vice for 50 seconds, you would probably be dead, because I don't think it's insulting to say that she has got a little bit of junk in the trunk. In fact, I think she outright prides herself on that, right? So 50 seconds from Julia. I mean, I don't know how long it takes for a human to suffocate, but I don't know. We're starting to get into territories now where I don't know that you're coming out of that alive. I don't know that you are actually surviving that encounter now. But great to know, Kian, that you are a pervert and that you have publicly expressed that in the live chat. And Kian, I would just say you're in the right place. I think secretly we are all a little bit perverted. It's just we don't have the confidence to kind of express it the same way that you just have. So, Kian, shout out to you, my friends. Someone else that's really given us the confidence to embrace that inner pervert. I mean, you know, William Hensey did that about 40 odd years ago, but you know, the rest of us were playing a little bit of catch up there. So Kian, shout out to you, my friends. Dort Knight, hello. Daze, do you think Britain and USA should have gone ahead with General Patton and Churchill's plans to attack the Soviet Union in hindsight? Well, I actually don't know of those plans. So I mean, we're talking... So, Soviet Union, that was born out of World War II, was it not? So, obviously, as Russia approached Germany from the east, they then claimed East Germany, and I think they claimed all the land that they went through to get to East Germany. So then, of course, we had the Soviet Union. Berlin Wall fell in 1989. And so, I'm not aware of plans to go after the Soviet Union, so that would be quite interesting to look into. Was there plans to go after Soviet Union? Surely not after the war. And we were working together during the war. We were working with the Russians because the Russians were approaching Germany from the east. America, Canada. I think there was some Australian forces maybe in there as well. Lots of different nations, but mainly Canada, USA, UK approaching Germany from the west. And we pincered them, didn't we? Pincered them. It was Russia that got to Berlin first before us. But we sort of arrived in Berlin. We're like, you got this, yeah? Okay, good work, everyone. Well done. Yep, well done. But it was Russia that got there first. So I don't think we were looking to attack Russia before that point. Afterwards, then we went into a Cold War, didn't we? Where we did look at the Soviet Union like, what are they doing over there? Eh? It all became a bit like, we don't trust you, you don't trust us. What's going on? So I'd be interested to know at what point was this plan in place to attack the Soviet Union? It's got to be after 45. Ian said, aren't you body shaming wrestlers again? Well, I don't think I was. I mean, I wasn't intending to, but I've got a brilliant get out of jail card now. The WWE champion has said that it's okay for me to do that. I'm untouchable. If you've got any complaints, then please send them to Cody Rhodes, because it's not my fault. I'm only doing what I love WWE, and I don't have the ability to learn life lessons unless they're presented to me by the WWE champion. And the WWE champion told me I'm allowed to body shame. He said there's a contingent of fans out there that think you shouldn't body shame wrestlers. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Of course you can. He did go on to say body shame me all you want. But that bit where, just before, where he said, there's people out there that think you can't body shame wrestlers. Not one wrestler. He didn't say, there's people out there that think they can't body shame me. He said wrestlers. What are you talking about? Of course you can. And I was like, all right, thanks. Good to know. So I popped that down on my jobs list of things to do. So I need to set up my streams, and I need to do all my charity work that I do, but I don't show up for it like Jacob. And I've got written down here, look, number 6, body shame wrestlers. So there we go. So I'm covered. You can't touch me. Ah! So Ian, joke's on you. Right. Carl and Dawn said it was enemy of my enemy is my friend. What, in the war? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Like the whole Russia thing. If that's what we're talking about, that's a really good way of putting it. Because I don't think we were ever BFFs with Russia. But Germany got greedy, didn't they? And they were attacking from... Like, they attacked both sides at the same time. And they upset both sides, and so then both sides came after them. So I don't think we were like BFFs with Russia, but we certainly benefited from, you know, them being involved. If Germany had put all their full weight of their war machine just coming towards Britain, I think Britain would have toppled. And that would not have given America a foothold in Europe. Because where would you have been based? I mean, France had already fallen. Spain are just useless. So, you know, I don't know where America would have had that foothold. So keeping Britain, like, strong was obviously vital to launch a counter-offensive, and that's where you get D-Day and everything. So enemy of my enemy is my friend is a very good way of wording it. Mike said, hello, History Days. Hello. Actually, to be honest, I do enjoy learning about World War II. It's not something I go out my way to learn, but just as you're growing up and finding out like little bits about it, that was something that I was like, oh, that's interesting. I found it interesting. It's a big thing over here. I know it's a big thing in America as well. You know, you kind of have those remembrance days and everything. So it's kind of interesting to kind of learn about it. But if I go back further than that, I'm lost. I'm really no good when it comes to like different history topics. I would never claim to be good when it comes to different history topics. So if people want to talk ancient Rome, stuff like that, I'm lost. Did you ever hear that thing about how guys apparently think about the Roman Empire like every 2 minutes or something? Some weird thing that did the rounds. Some science study found that guys on average think of the Roman Empire every hour or something like this. I have no idea what that's... I have never... Well, I can't say I've never thought about the Roman Empire because I'm talking about it right now. But it is not something... I can happily go years without thinking about the Roman Empire. Like, I have no idea what that was about, where that came from. Or even if I'm alone in not thinking about the Roman Empire on a regular basis. But I really don't. I really don't. So... That was a study that came out, or that was a thing that was doing the rounds, which really flipping... I've got to think it was like a joke. I've got to think it came out of a comedy show, and then somehow it got took serious or something. Because I had no idea what that was about. That was like... That blew my mind. Because all of a sudden you think, is everyone else thinking about the Roman Empire, and I'm not thinking about the Roman Empire? Is this what people spend their days doing, and I've not been doing that? Should I have been doing that? Why should I have been doing that? So that really messed with my head. Mike said, can you rate from best... See, what did I just say? Can you rate from best to worst Henry VIII's wives? No. I couldn't even name them. I know that, like, there's a rhyme, isn't there? To do with, like, the 8 wives and what happened to them, because most of them had their heads cut off. But I couldn't tell you as to... I couldn't name them. I'm not going to claim to be good at history. I do enjoy, as I said, dabbling a little bit of, like, I would say 20th century. Like, looking back at the culture, you know, what's going on with World War II, World War I, kind of the fall of the Berlin Wall, those kind of bits and bobs, but... Going back to when there was, like, boomers that had 8 wives. No, I get a bit lost on that. But there is some sort of rhyme, isn't there? It's like Anne Boleyn lost her chin. Something like that. Corey said, Daze, the National World War II Museum in New Orleans is about an hour from my home, and it is awesome to see. Well, that sounds good. I mean, it's... I don't want to paint myself out to be one of them boomers that, you know, loves war and loves all, like, weaponry and all this kind of... Because that's... I'm not that. But I've said before, there's a documentary. I love documentaries. If I could choose to watch a film or a documentary, I'd choose to watch a documentary because I love finding out about things that have actually happened. So I do love documentaries. There's a great documentary series called The World at War, which if ever you go on to like best documentary TV shows, that normally is right up there, right? I think the person that did the voiceover was Laurence Olivier, right? And it's really a comprehensive look at World War II. It's so long. The box set is like this thick. And it was on TV, and it was different episodes. But the great thing is that it was done in the 70s, so there was still a lot of survivors. So there's sit-down interviews with people that were there. from all these different countries, and you know, there's all this footage, and it really is like the most comprehensive kind of, I would say, TV show based on the whole of World War II. It's very fascinating, very, very interesting. So that's obviously not what we're here for, but I do enjoy just dabbling in that a few, you know, once in a little while. But no, I can't claim to be, you know, a specialist when it comes to American politics and all stuff like that. In fact, actually, talking of American politics, because it is the election tomorrow, we're doing a special wrestling escape pods, and I'm actually jotting down a couple of fun things for us to do. And I'm thinking of doing a bit of a quiz in regards to like American politics, but not in a boring way. We'll make it fun, and obviously it'll involve Tommy. We'll see how many answers Tommy can get, and see if he can work with the community to get some answers correct. So we did say it would be our election special tomorrow, so we're going to be doing that. And again, reminder, no NXT. It's moved to Wednesday this week. It's moved to Wednesday. Nathan said, my favourite eras are the Revolutionary War and World War II. Right, Lisa said, imagine a fight between Gunther and Hacken Schmidt. That would be something that would make you wet your pants. Even talking about it makes me wet my pants, to be honest. I have watched the 20-minute footage of George Hacken Schmidt, and, you know, it is very... It's difficult in the sense of it's old. They're just kind of grappling around. I mean, it doesn't have the showmanship of today, of course. Really, the actual contest wasn't the main thing. It was who's going to win, right? And of course, when it really matters who wins, then even like the little moments where they're reversing each other, that obviously means a lot to the people at the time. I mean, it doesn't really mean anything to us now. So the bulk of it, you're kind of watching, and it's not anything amazing. You might get the odd little move and you go, oh, that's quite nice. But I mean, it ain't like clotheslines and stuff like that. That's not where the business was in 1908. But it's just interesting to think that was wrestling. That's what it looked like. Go back 16 years. That is what we know now. That is what it was back then. And as I said, if you're going to do a book about the history of wrestling, there are names that you have to talk about. And I don't see how you can't mention Hacken Schmidt or Frank Gotch from that era. And so to actually now see some footage of him wrestling, which I don't think any had actually been out there before. I don't think there was any footage of Hacken Schmidt wrestling until a few days ago, where this footage arrived online. I mean, it is really special. If you really do like the history of wrestling, that is really, really special to actually see him competing. So it's one of those, it's a hard one to say, oh my God, go out UA, watch it, you're going to love it. I don't know that you will, but I think you could watch like a minute or two of it, and I think you would get something from it, because you'll see what the people were wearing, you will see what the ring looked like, and obviously it was really just a mat on the floor, but you'll see what the ref was wearing, you'll see the different moves that are being used. You know, you'll get that kind of, you'll get the idea of what wrestling was like in 1908. And it is very much like what I would imagine you think it's going to be. But yeah, brilliant to actually see some George Hacken Schmidt. So yeah, Hacken Schmidt going up against Gunther. Oh, that's like one of those, wasn't it in Creed? They did like, was it Creed versus Rocky on a computer game? They simulated it, and it was like who would win. And like, yeah, here you could do that. You could do Hacken Schmidt against Gunther, and it would be like a video game. I'm just trying to think then if Hacken Schmidt had actually ever been in a video game. I don't know. That's something I might be interested to look into, but not right now. Batman, big fan, said Hitler wanted Germany to be like England. That is true. He loved the British Empire. He looked up to them and he saw how they had conquered the world, which sounds weird, but it is true. That is true. Yeah, you are correct. he had a soft spot for England. He didn't really ever intend to invade England. He was just going to take France and Spain and all of that. But the problem was, we weren't having that. As soon as he invaded Poland, we said, if you go into Poland, we are going to go to war with you. And he went into Poland, he invaded Poland, and boom, that was it. That was it. We were on a collision course. I don't think he really believed that we were. I think he thought we were like, don't do it. And then he was going to do it, and we would be like, oh, we told you not to do that. Oh, that's a shame. Well, good luck, Poland. But we didn't. Instead, we ended up going to war with him, and then we botched it with Dunkirk. When we were surrounded and we had to send a load of little boats over to get our men back. I mean, that was not our finest hour. And then, of course, we get D-Day and all of that. But that's not why you're here. Shockwave, hello. Does anyone else think the Saudi titles were a waste of time and money? I think Triple H has gone downhill a little bit with creative. Well, Shockwave, that's really good that you have said that, because it allows me to respond. Shockwave, do not blame Triple H. I urge you to reconsider, and I urge you to not blame Triple H. And you're going to say why, and I'm going to answer why. It's because Saudi Arabia is a special show. It's a different show. You can't compare it to the other shows. And the reason why I say that is because they spend a lot of money. It's not like another show. They spend a lot of money to have those shows. So with that money comes expectation. And also it comes with them telling him a few things they want. He actually revealed, I don't know if it was after or before, but he revealed that they got in touch with him to request more women on the cards. He's like, things have really changed because, we've gone from asking them, can we have some women's matches on the card, to them now telling us that they want more women's matches on the cards. And it's like, that just shows how this relationship has evolved and everything. But it also shows that Triple H is being requested to do certain things by the Saudis. And that ain't happening for any of the other shows, right? You're not having, like, if you do a WrestleMania in Las Vegas, you're not having the mayor of Las Vegas saying, I want, like, the 2 women's matches, I want this, I want that. Like, they just pay the money, they get the show. But with Saudi, it seems like there's a bit more involvement as to what the Saudis want for their money. And I do think that, like, I don't know if it was their idea or Triple H's idea, but this idea of unifying is really popular in sports at the moment. You're seeing a lot of it in boxing in particular, where, we've just done Fury against Usyk to unify the heavyweight division. We've unified the light heavyweight division. So, bringing all these belts together and putting them onto one person to unify a division is kind of on trend. And I think WWE have got 2 women's world champions. They've got 2 men world champions. Someone, be it in WWE Creative or be it the Saudis, has looked at it and gone, okay, we need something special. We need something that's going to stand out. How about if we have the 2 champs go against each other and we do like an undisputed champion? We like kind of unify the belts. Well, the problem with that is the company's too big to have just one world champion, right? We really do need a world champ. USA Network pay money for Smackdown. They want a world champion. Networks have spent a lot of money for Raw. They want a world champion. You can't really get away with having one world champion. That world champion would have to work both shows. It's better to just have to have 2 world champs based on, like, one based on each brand, right? So the idea of unifying is, okay, good for Crown Jewel, but it can't be a long-term thing. So this is why I think we ended up with, okay, well, let's call it the Crown Jewel Championship. It only happens at Crown Jewel. The titles can stay in Crown Jewel because we need to make the WWE experience, or give that another exhibit, right? That means if you actually go, you can see the belts that were just used at Crown Jewel, and they'll be used again next year. So you can actually see those belts, the ones that Cody and Liv were wearing and won, and the ones that will be defended next year. And it gives that exhibition another couple of items to showcase, right? So I get why we've done what we've done. I understand it. I'm not a big fan of it. I do think since the rings got brought in, I've kind of warmed to it a little bit more. Not loads, just a little bit more. Because at least now, Cody and Liv can show off their rings. They can try and get another ring next year. Neither of them might not be champion. You know, all of a sudden, we can keep tabs of who's got, like, the rings. Like, how many has Cody got? How many has The Rock got? How many has Liv got? How many has Roman got? It could be like, if someone's about to retire, you know, it could be, you know, I've done everything in this business, but I've never won the Crown Jewel Championship. And again, if we can really make it a thing, if we can really stick with it, keep doing it, talk about it, mention it in interviews, build up the hype, like, make it a thing. You know, if it doesn't get mentioned until next year again, you know, it's not going to work. We've got to really make it something that people talk about in interviews and people talk about in promos, just like how people talk about wanting to win Money in the Bank, wanting to win the Royal Rumble. When they reflect on their achievements, they talk about, you know, winning the Rumble, winning Money in the Bank, winning King of the Ring. They should talk about winning the Crown Jewel Championship as being like a legit achievement, something they're really proud of. And so I don't blame Triple H for it. I think that it was an exception. I think that he's under exceptional circumstances with that show. I think there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of voices when it comes to that show. And hopefully now we're back on track. The way that I would see it is that it's Triple H, Triple H, Triple H, Triple H, loads of noise, Saudi involvement, something completely unconnected with storyline, big Crown Jewel mess situation, blah. We're past that now. Triple H, Triple H, Triple H. So I would say go back to judging him by whatever we get at from now and whatever we get, like Survivor Series, Rumble, WrestleMania season. I wouldn't say that he's fallen off. I would say it was a real exceptional circumstance. But it's a really good point. I really like the point because I've seen a lot of people saying that. A lot of people have come out with that. And I get it because I was kind of around that thinking as well. But there's just been a couple of things that I've heard that has made me go, yeah, no, perhaps it was a bit of an exceptional circumstance. Smokey Diggler, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're well. Hope you're excited for Raw. We are just an hour away from that show now. We are getting closer. So we've already done an hour, largely talking about World War II. Smokey Diggler said, good evening, Wrestling Daze. I just want to say, with all the division in the world right now, yeah, some of it's bad, but some of it's good, isn't it? Well, not good, but it's entertaining. Like the stuff with Ukraine and Russia, Israel, Palestine, that's all horrific, right? That's all bad. But the stuff with who's going to win the election, like, that's great. I'm loving that. That division is providing entertainment for me as I'm watching people freak out about, oh my God, is Trump going to win? Oh my God, is Harris going to win? Oh my God, if such and such wins, I'm leaving Earth. So I'm enjoying that stuff. I'm getting sick enjoyment from that. But the other division, that's awful. I agree with you. I'm glad there's a place, this place, where we can put that aside. Well, not all of it aside. The election stuff, that's fun. But the other stuff, yes, you're right. And we share a likeness for our love of wrestling and World War II. Thank you. Smokey Diggler, thank you, my friends. Thank you for the kind words. I don't have the ability to read something nice and not have fun with it. So, that was as good as I could do, really. But I really do appreciate the kind words. And, I think that what I really like about our community is that I know that we don't agree on everything. There's, I plenty of times where I'll say something and then, you know, people will say something different. And that shows itself a lot in opinion videos, actually. You know, I'll give my thoughts at the start and I won't have had time to read the comments. And then I'll read a real mixed bag of what people think. You know, if it was a show that I wasn't feeling, I will undoubtedly read that it was a 9 out of 10, a 10 out of 10 show, you know. Or it could be a show that I really enjoyed and I'll undoubtedly read that it was 4 out of 10 or 5 out of 10. So, but when you've got this many people in, like, our community has got, like, a good size to it now, which is fantastic. You're not going to have people agreeing. And I think one of our strengths is that we can understand that, accept that, talk about that. And if anyone did want to hit me up on Twitter and just go, listen, you said this in the stream, struggling a bit with it because of this, and this. I think a lot of it comes with how it's worded. Like, if it's worded in that sort of respectful way, then obviously it's all good, isn't it? But, you know, on social media, maybe with people that are not in our community, that's where you get things like messages that start, which I haven't had one in a while, actually, but messages that start, you're an idiot if you think that. If you think that, then you don't know anything about wrestling. You know, straight out the gate, those kind of messages just get you back up, you know. That ain't going to be a friendly conversation if you start in a message with, you're an idiot, if that's what you think, right? I can't imagine them coming back with a friendly reply to such an opening. So, but I think this is what's good about our community, is that we have the ability to discuss topics. Mainly because at the end of the day, does it really matter? At the end of the day, with everything that's going on in the world, we're talking about professional wrestling. We're talking about something that is out of our control anyway. Something that the wrestlers won't see, Triple H won't see. Nothing will change. They'll do whatever they want to do. We just have to... This is like a therapy session. We just talk about it. we get it off our chests and we talk about it. And if people agree, great. If they don't, it's fine. At least we've been able to get it off our chest. So it's a safe space. I'd like to think of this as a safe space. But yeah, I'm glad that comes across, Smoke. I'm glad that that is how it feels. So shout out to you, my friend. I really appreciate the support, dudes. Batman Big Fan said, Daze, WWE get 50 million a show every year from Saudi Arabia. I don't know the numbers, so if that is the numbers, that is amazing. That is amazing. So 50 million. I mean, I know that it can like eclipse WrestleMania as well. So it is definitely a show that is very important, and it's a show that, as we said, carries extra responsibility as a result. But yeah, I'm not going to hold this against Triple H. I think that they have done something for a bit of a kind of, let's make this an exception, let's make this like an annual thing. They've tried to create something different, and now we go back to the stories. Now we go back to the kind of product that we're used to as we head towards Survivor Series. Daze, that's my normal response. You're an idiot. Yeah, but James, you did also get banned off Twitter, so welcome back, by the way. LS Dub said, I couldn't avoid spoilers. I wish I could avoid them. Shockwave said, so taped, we've got to look forward to Raw tonight. Yeah, it was taped. And it seems like a bit of a mixed bag if people were able to avoid spoilers or not. Where is Raw? Said Dark Dreams. It is in Saudi Arabia. I believe in the same building, actually, as Crown Jewel. So in the same place. And it was done yesterday. So there are spoilers out there. And there seems to be a bit of a mixed bag as to whether people were able to avoid them or not. Daze, Ava will make a special announcement on NXT on Wednesday. What do you think it is, James? Anyone got any thoughts as to what it might be? It's probably going to be some tournament, isn't it? It's been a while since we did like a breakout tournament, or I don't know when the Dusty Cup thing was, or I'm guessing a breakout tournament might be my guess. These things are normally tournaments. If she announces that they're coming to Europe, I will be flipping thrilled. I so want to go to a NXT house show. So want to go to it. I don't know why. I want to go to that more than I do a WWE house show. I think it's because WWE house show, there's going to be loads of people. Like, do you know what I mean? They could probably get 8,000, like maybe even 10,000 going to like just a live event here in the UK. But I feel like for NXT, it's going to be like, what, 1,000, 2,000? It's going to be much, much smaller, more intimate. You might have the wrestlers wandering around. They might even do a little meet and greet thing beforehand, because in America, you can spend an extra $20 to get in half an hour earlier and partake in a Q&A and get your picture taken with whoever did the Q&A. So when I went, it was No Quarter Catch Crew. They did the Q&A, and then you got to get your picture with them afterwards. And I remember, I don't know if I ever told you this, but I remember I went over and I shook their hands. It was Damon Kemp, Miles Bourne, Charlie Dempsey. It was literally a couple of days after Drew Gulak had just been like removed due to like, you know, the whole Ronda stuff. And I went over, I shook the hand. I was like, guys, great work. Lovely to meet you. Thanks so much for this. And Damon Kemp turned to me and he was like, clearly doesn't know, like, you know, that we've got a YouTube channel, we do streams or anything, which is fine. I don't expect anyone to know. I think all of you are bots. But he was like, oh, you're British? Just like, and he pointed over at Charlie Dempsey. And I couldn't think of really anything to say. I mean, what do you say to that? Oh, you're British? Just like Charlie Dempsey? I just went, yeah. Well, I don't know what else I was meant to say. I was kind of like, yep. And that was that. So I feel like in that moment, I probably should have thought of something a lot wittier, but nothing came to mind. He went, oh, you're British? Just like, and pointed over, and I was like, yeah. That was that. What do you say? I don't know. I have no idea. But it was really good. If they come to the UK and like I'm able to go because it's on a day where I don't do a stream, like a Wednesday or a Thursday or Sunday, then I would go and I would pay that extra to do the meet and greet thing beforehand. If they do it, of course. But I mean, there's no rumors that they're even coming, so you know, this whole conversation's irrelevant. Do you think we will see Roman Reigns reclaim his championship again in the future, says Batman Big Fan? I would be, well, his championship, sorry. His championship, Batman Big Fan. I mean, like, you mean the WWE championship? The one that, like, a lot of people have held. I think so. I'd be surprised if he doesn't have another world title run at some point, yeah. If that's it for Roman, now he's never world champion. Yeah, that would be a surprise. Will he get his championship, though? The WWE championship? The one that goes all the way back to the 60s? The one that Bruno Sammartino held? That's known as Roman's championship, is it? I can't shake that off, can I? I can't shake it off. Batman Big Fan. I can't shake it off. I feel like we've disrespected too many people. It's the same one that Stone Cold had. The same one that Bret Hart had. Same one that Undertaker had. That's Roman's now, is it? Oh. Well, we know who you acknowledge. Yeah, I'd be surprised if he never got a world title back. I'd be surprised if he never got his championship back as well. And but I don't know that he'll get it like loads of times. I think he's had his main run. You know, the run that you really remember the person for. Like with Hogan, it's clearly 84 going all the way through to when he loses it to Andre. And then, of course, he has a couple of little runs after that, but really that's the main one. I think Roman's had his main one. Where is he? Where is Batman anyway? What's he said? What's he said? He's retracted the message. He's gone back to the Batcave. Stephen, how's your day? I am confused about who is like my comments to Zelina Dakota. I now know how to get to the comments on YouTube. Well, I don't know about who... I don't know about who liked. I don't think you can see who likes comments. I think you only get a number, don't you? If you make a comment and someone likes it, I think it just goes up by 1. And I don't think you can hover over it to see who liked it. I don't think it's got that ability on YouTube. So I would say, don't worry about it. Someone liked it. That's great. Yeah, I don't think you've got the ability to kind of find out who it was. Undercover Manager, Evening Days. Hello, buds. Hope you're well. I've emailed you over the weekend. Oh, I'm rubbish with emails, mate. DMs, emails, dumpster fire. I just cannot stay on top of them. It's too hard. Like, it's hard enough to stay on top of my Twitter notifications because they're just constant. It's like a run-in tap my Twitter notifications. Just constantly, like, every few minutes, something else is coming through. And, just staying on top of that is getting to the point where it's like that's pretty much all I can keep on top of. So I couldn't even tell you the last time I looked at my emails. So over the weekend, it's just a bit of business if you can get back to me. Well, I will try and get through them. I will try and get to them. But, well, actually, in all fairness, I mean, I do have not free time. I mean, I'll still be doing an unseen tomorrow. But, yeah, I do have a bit of time tomorrow, so I'll see if I can get to them. Lisa said, after the news that WWE is going to Europe for the live shows, I hope they go to Belgium, Slovenia, and Luxembourg. I think if I'm a Slovenian WWE fan, I'm not going to get my hopes up too high. Let's put it that way. They've already announced, haven't they, where they're going anyway? We mentioned it in Unseen. Big Time said, Daze, AEW Rampage set new record lows this week. I didn't even know that show was still going. With no competition, they did 172. Same week, year on year, they did 456. They did 456 for a Rampage last year. Did they? I thought it had ended. I think it's ending, and I don't know why. In my head, I thought it had ended. So, yeah, I don't know that will be looked back on with much fondness. It's probably, in all fairness, though, got some... If you're a AEW fan and you run, like, an AEW channel, probably got a lot of little moments on that you could... did you ever see this from this episode? You know, it's probably loads of stuff that happened, like, be it botches or be it, like, the top 5 funniest promos from Rampage. That'd be a good video, actually. Top 5 funniest promos in Rampage history. Top 5 best matches in Rampage history. Top 5 weirdest characters to ever appear on Rampage. You could just keep doing loads and loads and loads and loads of those kinds of videos, couldn't you? So, yeah. I didn't even know it was still going. And pretty soon, it won't be. Kim's Chains, hello. Daze, can you please start a campaign to get Barry the Boomer... Barry the Boomer Baby. Barry the Boomer Baby and his Gnomes of Doom to replace Triple T on the web? Well, that's a campaign I can very much get behind. I think that Barry the Boomer Baby would be able to provide a bit more insight into the current WWE products because Tommy is, I think, a little bit limited with his time when it comes to being able to watch like all the wrestling that's going on. Hence why I think he tends to set up AEW watch-alongs and then actually not do them. So it is a challenge sometimes to go in depth in conversation on the Wrestling Escape Pod because it's probably not the right forum for it. So if Barry the Boomer Baby was there, I think we could go a little further with our wrestling conversation. But I don't know. I know that Barry is very much in demand. And what with him being a Boomer Baby, he does need 20 hours of sleep a day. So it's going to be very difficult to fit it in. But we'll see. We'll see. William said top 5 times. Daze ignored my comment in the live chat. That would be huge. Yes. As long as the ignored comments were highlighted and shown so that people could then understand why they were being ignored, then, you know, I would want to, William, I'd want to present people with the full picture. I would want everyone to know the full facts, right? But as long as we pop that in the video, then I'd be very happy for that to be hitting the channel. Top 5 weirdest comments Daze has read on stream. Said that would be good, actually. I probably should do some of those kind of videos, considering the amount of like hours and hours and hours that we stream for, and all the conversations. We had top 5 weirdest conversations. Do you know what I mean? Like the amount of times, top 5 weirdest non-wrestling. We've already touched World War II earlier today. Do you know what I mean? Top 5 characters. I mean, Barry the Boomer Baby is going to be in there. You know? That could be pretty fun, actually. But I can't be bothered to make that video. James said, I'm thinking the Ava announcement is about the Iron Survivor Challenge. That would make sense, wouldn't it? We are coming round to that, so I think you could be onto something there, James. Deadline tends to be... Am I right in saying December? In my mind, it's around December time, so it is sneaking upon us. We'll probably do qualifying matches as well for it, which will get us to that show. Airwolf, hello. Has to be getting asked why you don't urinate on long streams. Oh, I've been asked that quite a few times. The answer is quite simple. I do have the ability to not need to go to the bathroom for a period of time. I used to go to work, and I used to work for like 10 hours pretty much every day. And I never needed to go to the bathroom at work. I always went before I went to work, and then I would go as soon as I got back home. I never really felt the need to go whilst I was at work. So I don't know if like maybe my body is just conditioned, or at least has been conditioned to be, I don't know, able to do that. I don't think it's anything out the ordinary, but I do get asked once in a blue moon, like, how do you do? I mean, I don't know how you answer. How do you do it? I just don't need to. Like, I do go to the bathroom before I start streaming, and then I don't know. I mean, to be honest, even when we finish streaming, I'm working on videos and stuff. So, but yeah, I don't know. Even when I was at work, it was just not an issue. So, but what I will say, and this is probably quite important, how often do you see me drinking during streams? If I was to sit here drinking loads of water, drinking loads of beverages during the streams, then we might be talking about a different situation. Because I didn't used to drink much at work, and I don't tend to drink much on streams, apart from the odd little bit of water if I feel my mouth's going a little bit dry. So I think that probably makes quite a big difference. So, but yeah, that's a question that comes up. The other one that comes up is, why do you wear a beanie all the time? I get that quite a bit. And the answer is always the same, because it's the truth. It's laziness. My hair, when I wake up, like, my hair is of a length where, in order for it to look good, I would have to put some product into it. Otherwise, it just looks like a mess. So I could wake up every day and put product in my hair, but that's just an extra job. So why not do that and just put a hat on instead? Like, that's my thinking. My thinking is, why wake up and have to sort my hair out and put products in my hair when I can literally just put on a hat? And the other thing as well is, like, I don't think you ever look like you... I think you can look a bit more consistent with your look if you actually wear a hat. Do you know what I mean? Like, I might have had several different hairstyles over the years. So we could see an old video of me with like a certain hairstyle and now compare it to now. And I think it could really make me look older, different. But because I wear this all the time, you can look at an old video of me in a beanie hat or an old stream. I don't think I look that different, to be honest. Apart from I do dye my beard a little bit grey now. But other than dyeing my beard grey, that's really the only difference. So... I've seen Daze crack open a Red Bull on special occasions, said JB. Well, that's when we're celebrating, JB, yeah? Actually, during the Olympic streams back in 2021, they were meant to be in 2020, but they were 2021. We actually did 12-hour days every day during the Olympics And those are like some of the most fondly remembered streams, I think, in the community that's been with us for a while. And I was drinking a drink during those called Tenzing, which I've never had since, actually. But it was apparently like natural energy drink. It was meant to not have a load of the rubbish in. It was all like natural ingredients. It tasted quite nice. I was fully on board the Tenzing train. So I used to drink them when it came to like 12-hour streams, but and I've had the odd Red Bull, but really I don't tend to drink that much. WrestleBuzz, shout out to you. I just assumed you was a fan of adult diapers. Well, that as well, to be honest, and I am hoping for a sponsorship to come through at some point. So if anyone is watching from the adult diaper world, I will more than happy be the face of that company. If you're going to do adverts, why do Blue Chew like everybody else, you know? I might as well be the face of something completely unique. And I don't know that there is a face of adult diapers, so there could be a vacancy for me. Kieran, hello, my friend, said the Olympic streams. That's where I first discovered your channel. Kieran, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, they were fun. I mean, the only reason that we haven't done them and we haven't really ventured away from wrestling is because I've been doing this a long time. I've been doing this since 2016. Like, we've been here doing what's content for 8 years, and you get to see the landscape change during that time. Like, I have seen what the wrestling online community has looked like throughout all of that period of time. I've seen people come and go. I've seen people that were really popular that, you know, they, as I said, come and go. I've seen people kind of rise up that were like small creators and become big creators. There's loads of different things that have happened since I started back in 2016. But I think one of the things that I have really noticed in recent years, and I would say probably more so since the pandemic, is now more than ever, you've got to be really specialist in something. I don't think it's possible in 2024, and maybe someone can prove me wrong, but I don't think it's possible in 2024 to do a little bit of wrestling, a little bit of UFC, a little bit of boxing, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I think you have to kind of build a community that really like is passionate about something, and then you dial in on that. And that has to be like so, for me to go off and spend 3 weeks doing Olympic streams and really no unscenes, no review videos, probably no reaction clips going up. Literally just, we'll do watch-alongs for Raw, NXT, Smackdown. Maybe we wouldn't even have done NXT for the 3-week periods whilst we do the Olympic streams. And then we go back to it after. Understandably, a chunk of the community would be like, this just isn't giving me enough of what I'm looking for. I'm not after the Olympics. I'm after wrestling. And so I think in this day and age, you've got to be really dialed into something. This is why I don't do UFC predictions. There's no point me spending time doing that when my time is needed for wrestling. I'm able to do UFC watch-alongs because it doesn't actually get in the way of anything. If I have to choose between wrestling and UFC, I'll choose wrestling. If I have to choose between boxing and wrestling, I'll choose wrestling. And I still try to get unscenes done of a weekend. So if I do a UFC watch along, it doesn't mean that I'm not doing some like wrestling, instead. It doesn't get in the way. But, I don't do like fighter breakdowns. I don't do like reaction clips. I don't do prediction videos and all that kind of stuff, because then that stuff would start getting in the way. So, yeah, kind of a lesson learnt, really, I would say. In 2024, we're in a very different place than where we were in 2020 or 2021. I think now there's a lot more creators around. I think TikTok has obviously exploded. I think that's changed the game a lot. And I think that you've really got to be focused on a specialist topic. So, if you're a travel vlogger, do that. If you're into pro football, American football, do that. If you're into basketball, do that. If you're into Formula One, do that. If you're into pro wrestling, do that. I don't think you can cover all these different things anymore. I just think you have to really put your time into a specialist subject. Did you hear about Quincy Jones's passing? I did. I didn't really know much about Quincy Jones other than he worked with Michael Jackson, obviously, famously. So I can't really sit here and say, like, oh, it's a massive loss. I loved his work here. I loved his work there. Really outside Michael Jackson. And I know that he did some stuff with... he did, like, orchestra arrangements and with, like, Sinatra. And, you know, he worked with quite a few different artists. But it's Michael Jackson that I know him most for, so... yeah, still a massive loss, though. I don't know if he was doing anything these days. Damage Control segment was the highest rated quarter on Smackdown with 2.3 million. That was in November. And what's this I've been sent? And they were... oh, back in 2023. What's this? Aew did Roman numbers when she was champion. Oh, right. So people just pointing out that there are a lot of Damage Control stands, you know. I don't know if you've noticed, but like Aew and Kyrie, Damage Control, Dakota, I feel like they have got like some of the biggest standums now on social media. It used to be Sasha and Bailey and like Alexa, but I feel like it's the Japanese women more so now. I feel like, or maybe it's just they're the most vocal. I'm not sure. Like their fan bases are the most vocal. Zelina's got a very passionate fan base as well. But yeah, Damage Control really do get an awful lot of support online, which is good. I ain't got nothing against them. But Dot Knights, hello, shout out to you. Kim's Chain said, I've got a top 5 list for you, Daze. Top 5 famous people and cats from Starbridge. You do need to include the cats, bud. You are absolutely right, because it is the cat that overshadows us all. The Beach Kevin said, SmackDown switched from free network TV to paid cable TV. Their ratings will naturally drop. James said Thunderdome was the greatest era, says no one. Johnny said, Daze, did you get to see Donald Trump come out to the Undertaker's music? I did. I got sent that clip, yes. I got sent that clip. And he was on Undertaker's podcast as well, wasn't he? I think it was around the same time, actually. So, yeah, he got to come out to Undertaker's music. Yeah, as I said, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Hasib Daze, why do we think WWE characters nowadays compared to back in the day are kind of non-existent? Look at top characters like Undertaker, Edge, Randy, Cena, compared to Gunther, Priest. They're kind of boring now. I think it's a good point. I think, to be honest, the rosters are bigger now than where we were in the 90s, right? So I think the brand split came in after the Attitude Era. And I think really since that point, we like ruthless aggression was kind of, I would say, the start of the decline in the character gimmick kind of world. I think there's a couple of things that have come into play. One, I think the rosters are bigger than the 90s and bigger than the Attitude Era. This means there's a lot more wrestlers, and finding gimmicks for all of these wrestlers is going to be very difficult. So the way they tend to do it now is we tend to use like their personalities. You know, I remember a story of Vince going up to Peyton Royce, and he said to Peyton Royce, tell me something about yourself. Tell me something about yourself. And what he wanted to do is he wanted her to give him an indication of who she was, so that he could then exaggerate it and make a character out of it, right? He could exaggerate a part of her personality to kind of, you know, look at Tiffany Stratton, who's that kind of Barbie type character. Well, I think that probably is a side of Tiffany. I'm sure there's many sides to Tiffany. I'm sure that's a side to Tiffany that they've exaggerated, right? I wouldn't be shocked if, like Wendy Chu, it turned out that she's quite sleepy. She likes taking naps. And so they've exaggerated that side of her personality, right? I think with Damian Priest, he spoke a lot about how The Undertaker was his favorite wrestler, and obviously his Puerto Rican heritage. And we've sort of ended up with this kind of dark character that doesn't go into the realms of like Undertaker. But, you know, again, there's rumors of him leaning into his Puerto Rican heritage. So, you know, back in the day, you would have, you know, bin men and all that kind of stuff. And you'd have like Razor Ramon, and Shawn Michaels, the Heartbreak Kid. I mean, that was kind of similar. That was a side of Shawn that they exaggerated. They exaggerated that. And they exaggerated the side in Bret where he thought he was the best wrestler in the world. And so they made him the excellence of execution, the hitman, right? And I think that's kind of what they do now. They take a side of you and they exaggerate it. Just to finish that story with Peyton Royce, she said she thinks one of the reasons why she got fired, or maybe the start of the decline, was she couldn't give him an answer. She asked him, like, or he asked her, "What? Tell us something about you." And she was like, I just go home and I just, like, watch TV. And there was nothing interesting that she could offer. There was nothing that she could give to Vince that he could, like, work with. And I think, you know, if you find yourself in that situation, you have to have an answer. You have to, like, you know, provide something. I mean, it's quite rare to get time with Vince. So to have that time, you know, impress him, right? Make your mark. Show him that you are someone that deserves to be here. So answering, I don't really do anything, like, it doesn't work. And so she thinks that played a part in her ending up getting released. I don't know if it did, but that was something that she thought. And yeah, I mean, for me, I think that's one thing, is there's so many people on the roster now, we just rely on that, right? We rely on exaggerating who they are and trying to bring that out, trying to make that their personalities. The other thing as well is, as the world has changed, and as, you know, society has evolved, I think we've got to the point where having certain outlandish characters, I don't know that that's really the appetite. I don't know that you could get away with just a whole roster full of bonkers characters. It might just be seen a little bit too much like a circus in this day and age. You know, this is the day and age where you've got UFC. And this is where I think you don't want to run the risk of just being seen as being, like, cringe. And so we're kind of trying to present these people as being, like, real athletes, real sports stars. We're trying to present them as being, like, super athletic icons. You know, if you turn them into Bozo the Clown and stuff like this, that message is going to get lost a little bit. So there's definitely room for gimmicks, but they tend to sprinkle them now, like the Wyatt Sicks, for example, like Wendy Chu, right? Those that go really hard into a gimmick, they tend to just get sort of sprinkled in, rather than it being the norm, it's the exception. I mean, I think there's room for more, to be honest. I think there's room to really do something a bit more creative, but I think, to be honest, they are bursting at the seams when it comes to, like, they have to book the shows, they have to put these shows together, and storylines and new music and all this. When does anyone really get a chance to sit down and actually change someone's character? Like, that opportunity is only going to come along once in a blue moon. You know, like Baron Corbin had an opportunity when he went down to NXT, and I think he dropped the ball, right? No offense to Baron Corbin, I'm really sorry to hear that he's no longer with the company. But I think if you get that opportunity to go back to NXT, I've got to think that that's your opportunity to go, right, this is what we're doing. This is what I've always wanted to do. And this is your time to put on the table what you want to do. And I just, for me, he didn't change. He went to NXT. He did that whole putting his old stuff in the fire. I'm going to do this big rebrand. And then I think what we ended up seeing was just the same Baron Corbin. I didn't see a change. He came out to a new Titantron, but that's got not much to do with him. I mean, he might have come up with the burn the ships catchphrase, but at the end of the day, the promos, the look, the presentation, outside of the Titantron and a few tweaks to the ring gear, it all felt to be the same. The best was when he was in the tag team with Bron Breakker. And as we said, there was never going to be a future in that. There was never going to be a future in him being in a tag team with Bron Breakker, because Bron Breakker was always going to go off and be a big solo star. So this is where it becomes really difficult. I think when you first walk through the door, that's your best opportunity to put your stamp as to, this is who I want to be. But at that point, you're new. You don't have much say. You know, if you've just come through the door as a next in line talent, you're just going to have to take what they give you. And to be honest, there's only limited amount of time that they can spend on crafting so many new characters, right? There's only so much time that we've got. We haven't got an endless box of gimmicks. So it's easier, it's quicker to exaggerate a personality trait and then, you know, have the person go out there and portray that. So I think it's a mixture of all of those things as to why we're in a different place than where we were. I mean, if you think of how many people are on the roster, how many people get signed through Next in Line and all that kind of stuff, people in NXT, it's not just main roster, is it? It's NXT as well. We've got to find gimmicks for those people. And you normally have to run through a few different looks and ring gears and presentations and again, how they carry themselves when they're face, how they carry themselves when they're heels can be different. So, you know, you might really like Fallon Henley really leaned into the cowgirl thing when she was face. She sort of dialed it down a little bit. Now she's heel. Now she's more into the glamour side. You know, she comes out in big fur coats and everything now. And it's kind of like all of that is so much work. It's just, it's not as easy now. It's not as easy. I also think as well, a lot of the wrestlers back in the day, they found their gimmicks in other promotions. So, you know, they would work in the AWA or they would work in, you know, one of the territories. And then they would come into WWE with their gimmick. And so, you know, Kamala, for example, was not a WWE gimmick. That was from Memphis. So Kamala came in as Kamala. That was not a WWE creation. So it's kind of interesting that WWE, I think, used to benefit a little bit by gimmicks that were created elsewhere. And then now they've got to do everything in-house. And that's a lot of work, man. It's a real lot of work. So I think combined in there is the answer. I think that's the reason why we are where we are. There probably are some little tweaks and changes that can be made to make some of these characters a bit more compelling. But at the end of the day, it's going to be how you use the characters, I think, more than the characters themselves. I think in this day and age, people just relate to different wrestlers, you know, like Aew, for example. She hasn't got much of a gimmick apart from she's, you know, Japanese and a high flyer, and you know, regarded as one of very agile. She comes with attributes, I suppose, more so than like a gimmick, but people love her. As I said, she's really popular because people feel a connection to her. It's a little bit different these days. So yeah, lots to unpack there. I really like that question. So Hasib, shout out to you. I'd love to get your thoughts. Big time. Smackdown did 1.428 with no competition. It was against the World Series a couple of weeks ago at 1.418. So it was up 10,000. The show lacks urgency. Aside from Bloodline stories, it felt like a filler show. Yeah, I thought Smackdown was not very good this week. The other thing as well is it was a tape show, wasn't it? So I think the fact that it was a tape show, I think the fact that it was a bit flat sort of meant that it was... I don't know that reflected in the ratings, but with no massive names. I don't know that... I can't remember if Roman was advertised for the show. I suppose he was teased, but I don't think he was advertised. But either way, I mean, around that 1.5, 1.6 is kind of where I expect it to be anyway. So can't really say I'm massively shocked. What was it? 142. Against no competition, it's probably a little bit down where I would expect, but I don't think it's anything disastrous. It's not like we're talking about 1-3, 1-2, something like that. But I wish we were talking 1-5, 1-6, you know. Daze, there are hundreds of engaging stories. Brothers of Destruction, Feud, Evolution, DX, Shield. Now, the only engaging thing we have is Bloodline. Well, you say that, but what about the Liv, Rhea, Dom story? I think that was engaging. Some might argue that it's kind of run its course, but I think the attack on NXT made it quite interesting again. So, I don't know. I don't know how people kind of feel about that. The whole Cody, Randy, Kevin, that kind of stuff. I mean, that's not quite Bloodline. That is, that's a whole kind of thing that's playing out, you know, with Kevin attacking, Bronson and Seth. And the whole Bronson story of him with Braun. And that kind of feud that we had where, you know, he gave him the tsunami on the top of the car. We had some really good, like, matches and a feud there. Then that led into what we're getting now, which is Bronson and Seth. And Bronson spoke the other day, and it seems like we're going to get a rematch there. So I feel like that's got some legs to it. So, you know, I'm kind of looking at that situation. We got the Finn Balor situation, where Finn is clearly not happy at the moment with Judgment Day, and it feels like that's building towards something. We've got the Xavier situation where he feels like he's about to split from Kofi. And it feels like it's going to be around their 10-year anniversary, which I think would be just before Survivor Series. We know that we've got The Rock around, although, yeah, you may class that as Bloodline. But I would say The Rock's maybe additional to Bloodline, just because the Bloodline story at the moment is really Solo and Roman, and who's the tribal chief. And now we've got Jay coming in saying that he doesn't want to really acknowledge Roman. He wants them to be equals. So really, that's the Bloodline story for me. And then The Rock kind of coming in. We think he's going to go after Cody, but we don't know where he aligns. It's probably going to be with Solo. So I feel like we've got something that's kind of bubbling away there as well. And then you've got the Tiffany situation with her cashing in on Nia. Like, is she going to cash in on Nia? She's getting abused by Nia. So what are we doing there? We got the Wyatt Sicks situation with Final Testament and The Miz. And obviously we've got that stuff going on. So I don't know, man. I mean, I think there's quite a bit that's going on. I do understand when we're talking like really big stories, really big. I would put like the Wyatt Sicks in that bracket. It's been a bit of a slow burn and there's been criticism of it, but I think the Wyatt Sicks, considering everything to do with them from Nightbird beginning after WrestleMania to them debuting and the feud with Chad and all of that has happened this year. I think that has that, you know, Wyatt Sicks and Nightbird and all of that. That will be a major thing this year is remembered for. And as you rightfully said, Bloodline and Cody finishing his story and, you know, all the little things that we've just mentioned. So I think there's definitely things that are happening at the moment. It's just how much you're engaged with them. I mean, I do think last week is one of the worst weeks of the year. Actually, I looked at the thumbnail for last week's Raw, and the question was being asked, was this the worst Raw of the year? Right? That was the question. Was this the worst Raw of the year? And honestly, I think there was an argument that SmackDown was one of the worst SmackDowns of the year. I'm not going to say it was the worst, but I would make an argument that it was one of the worst. And I'm only basing that compared with other SmackDowns we've had this year. I'm not saying that as like a diss of WWE. I'm literally comparing other SmackDowns we've had this year with last week's SmackDown And for me personally, I would say that it was massively behind, under-delivering compared to other SmackDowns we've had this year. If I have to rank them, personally, put them in a ranking order, last week's SmackDown would be near the bottom. And last week's Raw would be near the bottom. And I think Crown Jewel was okay. I think it was okay. I think that it was well worth a watch. You know, I certainly was not bored. But again, if we're going to compare it to other PLEs this year, it's more towards the bottom than towards the top for me, right? It's more towards the bottom than towards the top. So I think last week was a real difficult week for WWE. It's a week that I'm quite happy to say goodbye to. And I've got high hopes for tonight. I mean, I don't know the show. I've avoided spoilers. I might be proven completely wrong. I might be, you know, it might be that this show is going to be god-awful. And it's like, you know, we're in Saudi Arabia still, so it's still going to be a bit bonkers on the booking point of view. It still doesn't feel like a normal show. But we are now past the kind of Crown Jewel builds and the whole champ versus champ, which kind of came out of nowhere. It was a bit of an exception. It wasn't anything that we had teased all year. It was just, you know, we did it for that one show. We're past that now. And now we can build to Survivor Series, which is a seriously big show. A seriously big show. It should be an A show. I don't know if everyone views it as an A show, but it should be seen as an A show. I mean, don't forget, it was last year where Randy returned and CM Punk returned. I mean, Survivor Series goes all the way back to the late 80s. You know, it is recognized as one of the big four: Rumble, WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Survivor Series. You know, maybe Survivor Series has been replaced with Money in the Bank now. I'm not so sure. Survivor Series is a seriously big show. Should be A. Maybe people see it as B+. I don't know. But Bloodline should be good, man. So I am honestly, genuinely optimistic that we're going into a good period now. And that we're going to really, like, you know, put some good build together as we head towards Survivor Series, which is, what, 20-odd days away? It's not that far away. It's not that far away. About 4 weeks, 4 weekends, something like that. And it's our last PLE of the year. We do have some NXT bits, and we do have Saturday night's main event. But our last official PLE of the year is going to be that show. It is going to be Survivor Series. Shockwave, Tiffany should have cashed in by now. She is doing a Damian Priest, and she's going to wait nearly a year, said Shockwave. Hasib said, Daze, in terms of if we can go back to it in a few years' time, like they did with Brothers of Destruction, I don't think there'll be anything with Seth Bronson in 2-3 years' time. Okay, so you're talking about a feud that we can, like, go back to. Yeah, I mean, I would say, though, that that's an exception only because, like, they were brothers. And that is one of Undertaker's biggest feuds. So, you know, that is not really a norm. I would say that is more of an exception. You know, everyone's going to have a feud or someone that kind of defines their career. Like, I would say with John Cena, it's probably Randy Orton, you know? I would say with Bray Wyatt, it's probably Randy Orton. I would say with Undertaker, I don't think people would have too much argument if you said Kane and, you know, him coming in and the matches they had at WrestleManias, the whole Brothers of Destruction thing, the fact that they're brothers meant that they were always sort of tied together. And so you could always revisit that. But that's, for me, an exception. That's not the norm. So, you know, the Bloodline story, as you rightfully said, the Wyatt Sicks story that's obviously going to keep continuing. Their arrival this year is a big deal. I don't know about Liv Rhea. I mean, we could absolutely revisit Liv versus Rhea. I mean, they may be each other's biggest opponents it really could be that in 2 years' time we do Liv Rhea again, and you know, it's kind of a bit of a never-ending feuds. So it's hard to say at this stage. I mean, I feel quite comfortable in saying the biggest opponent that Rhea has had, the biggest challenge, I think, was Charlotte, but I think now has been replaced by Liv. I would say that Liv is her biggest challenge. So Liv Rhea may be an example of what we go back to. I mean, I don't disagree with your fundamental points. I understand that what you're looking for is generational feuds, like feuds that are those exceptions, things that aren't just happening at the moment, like will Tiffany cash in her briefcase and all this kind of stuff. But I the only thing I think I might disagree with you on is that I do think that 2024 has provided some of those. I look at The Rock coming back and him and Cody, you know, and him and Roman. That to me was a big development this year, and that has got legs. You know, the rumor mill was that it's going to be Cody Rock at WrestleMania 41. It's going to be Roman Rock at WrestleMania 42. And The Rock has said he's around now because he's on the TKO boards. So The Rock coming back and targeting Cody, eventually colliding with Roman, that happened this year. And so that to me is like a generational thing. That is something that's got legs, that's going to have big repercussions. As I said, the Wyatt Sicks arriving this year, the whole thing from finding out about even the rumors that it was going to happen, to Nightbirds, to them arriving, to getting started their debut. That's all 2024. That to me has got big repercussions. The Bloodline story that's continuing to rumble along, as you've said, you know, that is something which we can just keep doing year after year after year, and that's ever changing. And that's something which is like a massive deal that's happening. You know, the Bloodline story isn't just something that's happening now and it'll be done by, you know, January. That is something that's going to keep on going. And then, as I said, I would look at Rhea Liv, who I wouldn't be shocked if they face each other at WrestleMania, or face each other at next year's SummerSlam, or face each other at WrestleMania 43, and that they are now each other's biggest rivals. Can't guarantee that, because obviously you don't know. I mean, it's hard to say who else is going to come along, who's going to take those spots. Maybe Julia, maybe Charlotte comes back, maybe they do go their separate ways. But this one feels like it's been so heated. This one feels like it's been so personal. This one, and as well, the fact that Rhea hasn't been able to get her title back yet. It just makes me think that, well, as I said, I'm firmly established that Liv is Rhea's biggest opponent in her career. I think she has now surpassed Charlotte. And I'm trying to think of the vice versa. I mean, I think Rhea might be Liv's biggest opponent. She put her on the shelf for a long period of time. Then she came back. This has easily been Liv's best run. And, you know, she is easily the most engaging that she has been since being in WWE. I mean, don't forget, this was a girl that was in Riot Squads who just should not have been on the main roster. You know, I had that complaint at the time. This girl is just too green. She should have stayed in NXT. I still feel that way. I think she should have stayed in NXT. I think it was too early to call her up. And I think whenever someone has to kind of do a lot of learning on the main roster, I think those people struggle. You know, you look at Omos and the perception of Omos. You look at Maxine Dupree and the perception of Maxine Dupree. And I think Liv was in that bracket. She was someone that was doing a lot of learning on the main roster. And I don't think it helped her in the early stages. And it's given her a bit of a bad reputation. And they've kind of turned a heel now. Because I think a lot of people weren't really feeling Liv. But it's been brilliant. It's been brilliant turning a heel. Because there are people that don't really rate her, don't really appreciate her. But it's undeniable that she has also improved an awful lot. She is not the same girl that was in Riot Squads. The girl we've got now would run circles around the girl that was in Riot Squads. But of course, she's improved. Think, you know, they say, don't, if you want to get good at something, you have to put, what, 10,000 hours in. God only knows how many hours she's put in. She's been on the main roster, God knows how many years. You know, she's been in WWE. I think she said she's been in WWE 10 years now. So, of course, she's improved. It would be bonkers if she hadn't. So, yeah, I think there are some things that have happened this year. But I suppose it just comes down to, was it to your taste? Was you pleased? The vast majority are. I mean, I think wrestling's in a great place at the moment. Seems like there's quite a lot of excitement around the WWE product, which is fantastic to see. As a WWE fan and someone that's been watching since the early 90s, I can tell you, we are eating good right now. Even if you don't love everything, we are eating good right now. Compared to where we've been, this is a boom period. This is a really good period. And I think sometimes we can... me as well, very much me as well, right? I'm not talking about I'm talking about me here. I think that you can focus on the niggles, on the frustrations, because sometimes it feels like you're so close to it being exactly what you would hope for. It's so close to being like, yes, this is exactly what I want. This is how it should be. We always feel like we're in that neighborhood, and sometimes it just falls a bit short of expectation, or it just takes a turn. You're like, why have you done that? Like, why have you done that? Like the Money in the Bank thing. For me, we didn't need Drew to have Money in the Bank, right? The build with him and CM Punk, that feud was on fire anyway, right? They had got on social media. They'd done loads of stuff between them. He did not need Money in the Bank, right? It did not make me care about that feud anymore. All it did is it irritated me, because it meant that someone couldn't have that briefcase instead. Even if that person was going to fail their cash-in, I would rather someone else had it, right? I would rather Jey Uso had it and the bloodline had cost him. Imagine that. Jey Uso, he's just lost his IC, but he's still got the briefcase. And he cashes in, right, say Crown Jewel or something like this, and the bloodline stop him. That he ends up like it's a failed cash-in because I would rather that than what we did with Drew trying to cash in on the same show, Money in the Bank, and it just being wasted all in one go, you know? I'd rather us having conversation about, do you think Jey can do it? Do you think he can do it? Do you think he will be champion? Do you think he'll get that championship? And for us to have had those conversations, I'd much rather that. But, you know, again, these are, in the grand scheme of things, very minor criticisms, considering how well I think we've been eating in 2024, 2023, in this Renaissance era. So, yeah, it's a real interesting. It's one that you can really dig into. I mean, we could spend hours kind of talking about this, throwing in other examples, talking about other feuds, and talking about, like, you know, where the product is. But that's kind of, with 2 minutes to go until we're about to start, that's kind of the headlines, if you will. Charles, shout out to you, my friend. I did see your membership thing coming in, and greatly appreciated. But I hope you are well. Hope you've had a good day. Hope everyone's had a good day, but especially Charles. Triple H doesn't know how to book Money in the Bank cash-ins. Well, I do agree with that. I think it's one of the things that he has consistently dropped the ball with. So I do actually agree with you there. We've spoke before about how I don't think Triple H, in my mind, is like perfect when it comes to booking. I don't know that anyone can be. So it's not... I don't think it's an unfair criticism to say, like, you know, breaking news, Triple H has not got everything right, in my opinion. I don't think that's, like, you know, bonkers or unfair. But has he got the majority right? I would say, yeah. I would say that he clearly knows what he's doing. He clearly is a very, very talented, very, very skilled professional wrestling booker who, you know, pays attention to detail. And with so many stories and so many characters and so many moving parts, I do also think it's a harder job than it looks. I think it's easy to sit here and see what the final product is and then criticize it, but actually get into that final product, I think, is a lot more challenging than we give it credit for, or than I give it credit for. Don't even know why I've got them on. I don't need those. These are the ones that I need, baby. Right, we should be going over to the show. Nice. Kevin Owens, I watched since I was young. Shotwave, hello. Cameron said, I did feel the booking gas dropped off, but I think it's with these tape shows, says Cameron. Cameron, I think you're right, but honestly, that's why I'm looking forward to tonight. I know this is taped, but it was only taped yesterday, and I've not seen spoilers. So this is going to be pretty much a normal show for me. We are still in Riyadh. And we are just seeing... I mean, these are just propaganda pieces, aren't they? These are just ways of showing you what Riyadh looks like. We get lots of shots of Riyadh, but I do have to say, it does look good. Monday Night Raw coming from Saudi Arabia. Sorry, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Okay, so we've got Corey Graves, we've got Michael Cole. And we're just seeing a recap of Riyadh. I wonder, in the agreement, what it says about how many times they have to show Riyadh and talk about Riyadh. I mean, this is, you know, a propaganda piece. They want you to watch this and think, oh, that looks nice. Oh, yeah, I could go there. It is. I mean, that's the reason why they're doing it. It's to boost their tourism. I mean, they're not even trying to hide that. I mean, it's, you know, they've said that's what it's about. But, yeah, I wonder what it says in their contract about how many times they have to show Riyadh and everything. So I reckon it is specified. Mr. Dal Jr. said, true or not, did Austin Theory deserve to win Money in the Bank? We could have gotten Theory cashing in. It's all Vince's fault. Sami should have won over Theory. Thoughts? I think the Theory one was really frustrating. I don't mind Theory having it and failing. I mean, I think I might be in the minority here. I don't mind failed cash-ins. I don't think everyone that wins Money in the Bank should cash it in. I think we should have some doubt as to whether it's going to be a success or not. Because if everyone cashes it in successfully, it kind of takes a little something away, I think. So failed cash-ins are fine. But I think it should just be people, ideally, that don't have so many opportunities. I mean, Drew gets loads of opportunities for the world title, and I'm sure he'll get loads more. He's one of their biggest stars. It's not hard for him to get title opportunities in the grand scheme of things, right? So for me, I just don't think he needs a Money in the Bank to get an opportunity. But someone like an Andrade, or, you know, at the time, a Jey Uso, or a Sami Zayn, you know, it's a bit more of a challenge for those. I wouldn't class those, certainly Jey back then, I wouldn't have classed them as main event talent. Now, you know, Jey is super over. I'll be stunned if Jey doesn't get a world title run at some point. So I actually don't mind Theory carrying the briefcase to try and elevate his standing, right, amongst the fans. So that the fans look at him as like, because if you've got that briefcase, people will look at you and go, can he? Will he? Is he? Is he going to be a champ? Is he going to be the next world champion? Like, even if it's subconscious, you ask yourself that question. So Austin Theory was being associated with the world championship, which is a good thing, to be associated with it. Can he win it? Will he win it? Even if he doesn't win it, there are still benefits to being the Money in the Bank holder. It keeps you in the conversation. So I don't mind Theory having it and failing, but failing when he was trying to win a mid-card title was not for me. That was not the way I would have booked it. But again, in the grand scheme of things, you know, is it a big drama? And I think the truth is, if Sami would have had it, I think Sami would have failed. Oh, there's the cat. So Liv has this cat, right? And she's adopted this cat. Apparently it's a stray cat. And she's got it arranged to take it back to the US. She will take that cat back if the cat is not found a home, right? Or whatever. She said, actually, that she has found a home if for whatever reason, it doesn't come back to the US. People will want to know if she brought the cat back or not. I actually don't know if she brought the cat back, but the fact that the cat was shown at the start of Raw is pretty fun. It's not a very heel thing to do. They should probably throw the cat on the ground and, like, kick it around. They shouldn't. I'm joking. They definitely shouldn't. I'd be livid. Oh, I'd be livid. Hey, talking of Liv, here she is. Oh my God, that's not Liv. Look at this woman. She's trying to pretend to be Liv. There's Liv. There is no cat. There was a cat earlier, but there is no cat right now. Liv Morgan making her way down to the ring. Do we think that Seth goes back to feuding with Roman? Well, I don't think, not whilst they're both faces. I mean, I would be surprised if we don't get one more match between them at some point. But, here we go. Here's Liv making her way down to the ring. Is anyone experiencing no audio? Oh, no, I've got audio. I've got audio. Christopher said, are we live? No, this was recorded yesterday. Do we think that Judgment Day looked weak without Rhea and Damian? The group looks good now. I don't feel them facing Wyatt Sicks without Rhea and Damian. I think this group's better for the Wyatt Sicks. I think they're a bit strong with Rhea and Damian. Rhea might be a real problem for Nikki Cross. But I feel like Liv Morgan's a bit more of an easier challenge. So there's the ring. So Liv in the ring, showing off her ring. Not that ring. The Crown Jewel Championship, thank you. It's not that kind of show. It's weird seeing her cutting a promo, isn't it, in the Saudi Arabian ring. Oh. I made sure that she's going to be gone for a very, very long time. So she's talking about becoming the Women's Crown Jewel Champion. I've done everything I said I was going to do. The greatest women's champion of all time. Booze for Dirty Dom. Booze for Dirty Dom. I hate living in Canada, said Blaze. Can't go a single episode of Raw SmackDown without problems. Is Jade? Jade? Oh, yeah. These two did tease, didn't they? A confrontation. They did tease a confrontation with Bianca Jade, so this might be their next feuds. Is that maybe Deadpool or something? I don't know what that is. Here's Bianca. I never needed you at all. Yes. So Blaze said, I hate living in Canada. I can't go a single episode of Raw or SmackDown or a PLE without problems, whether it's sound cutting out. Crown Jewel broadcast the other day, and now Raw has got no sound. Really? No, it's okay here in the UK. Anyone else in Canada having difficulties? It would be interesting to know. Chris said, I went to the O2 for WWE Live. All good matches. My favourite was Nia Bailey in a steel cage match. Nia retained. Chris, shout out to you. Glad to hear you had a good time, my friends. Yeah, I didn't actually see much out of that show. I saw quite a bit coming out of Dublin. But I didn't see much coming out of London. Okay, Bianca and Jade are in the ring. Don't think that we forgot about that little confrontation. You want a piece of the tag team champs? Well, here's your chance. We were in the middle of a celebration. I think I know what it is. Is it because you think you're the biggest and the strongest, Bianca? Liv said your tag team partner thinks the very same thing. So you think you're the biggest and the strongest. Well, your tag team partner thinks the same thing. The only thing that is keeping you guys together is those tag team championships. Carl? Cargill is overrated. So is Bianca. Carl is Team Liv. Here's Adam Pearce. A referee just got in the ring. Are we just going to do this match? It's too much yapping. We're not starting Monday Night Raw like this. Make the match. Make the match. Make the match. Watch out for the knife that Bianca's going to stab in your back, Jade. Oh, man, she just hit her goods. She just hit her goods. Wow. Wow. Here's the announcement. Battle Royal. So, Women's Battle Royal. And the winner will be... There's more. The Women's Tag Team Champs are in it. Oh, the Battle Royal is now, yeah! Battle Royal! A Battle Royal. Let's go. Damage Control coming down. Kim Strains. Nick Butcher, shout out to you, my friends. Gifting in some memberships. Really appreciate it, dude. Nick Butcher was with us on our watch-along yesterday as we was reminiscing and reliving the Royal Rumble from 1992. Battle Royal. Kyrie, Io making their way down. Bianca, Jade already in the ring. Could you imagine if Raquel was in this? Is Raquel in this? Natalia, who else is in it? Natalia, Katana, Kaden, Ivy, Alba, Lyra is in it. Let's go. I didn't know these had travelled. I don't remember seeing any Lyra pictures from Saudi Arabia. Well, I'm down for that. Starting off the show with Yappity Yap, right? It was all right. But we move into a battle royal. Liv has improved on the mic. I've got high hopes that Jade does as well, says Poota. They brought a lot of women to travel, said Mayor Pete. They did. They did. The crowd going up for Bianca and Liv. They got a good reaction as well, actually. Io or Bianca would be my choice to win, said Brony, but Lyra would be my third pick. I think the problem is, right, whoever does win, I think they're going to struggle to get the title off Liv, because I don't see her having a short reign. I think this is a big reign for her. You know, they've really invested in her. She's took out Rhea. She's got Rhea's title. I wouldn't be shocked if she keeps this belt until Rhea returns. I wouldn't be shocked if she keeps this belt till WrestleMania, to be honest. So I sort of do want... I want Lyra to get the women's title, but I'm all right waiting for a bit, because even I think it might be a bit soon. If she does get it, I don't know that she's getting it from Liv. I don't see Liv losing this belt. I just don't see it happening. Liv was really entertaining heel in the promo. I thought she sprinkled in some witty lines. That shows how far she's come. Yes, she's annoying. She is meant to be. She's very nasally, isn't she? I mean, she can't help that. But her delivery is like... She's very good now at emoting. Before, it was very flat, and it was all da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. But now it's got a bit more inflection in it, and there's a bit more pause to it. Like, her delivery has much improved. It is still quite... But there's not much she can do about that. It's just her voice. As you said, I think this is why it works with her being a heel, because... it's hard to pin down exactly why, and I don't mean this as disrespect, but she is annoying. I can't pin it down. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. I don't know why. I can't pin down why. But she is annoying. And her heel run has been really good for her. Really good for her. This has been a brilliant run, actually. This has made her. So I don't think she's complaining. But maybe trying to find a way of turning her back face could be a bit of a challenge. Unless we can figure out how to not make her annoying. She's more annoying than Vicky, said Metal Mama. Yeah, it does sound moody. I don't really know how else to word it, really. JMB has said Bianca as a heel won't happen. She's a role model to the kids. I doubt they'll change it. Jade as heel would be great. Hasib said, would you be fuming if they gave Del Rio a contract? I don't know that I would be fuming, to be honest. I mean, I don't see it happening because there are some allegations that are against him, but nothing's ever really come of those because he's still, like, you know, he hasn't been arrested for anything. He hasn't been charged with anything, to my knowledge. He's still out there like a free man wrestling, so I don't really know what... I'd have to look into all... I'm sure if he got signed, if he came back to WWE, all of that would come out into the open, but I know there was quite a few allegations that were against him, but I don't know what came of those allegations. He was not someone I was ever keen on, to be honest, but so I can't say I'd be fuming. I would be confused. Wow, I tell you what, we've got some really interesting attires here. Like, that is a really baggy top that Maxina's got on. Obviously, we're in Saudi Arabia, so we've got some really... Is it just me that's getting Batman vibes from Kaden and Katana? I mean, Katana's got, like, I think she's damaged her nose or something, so she's got a mask on. But I'm getting, like, a Batman vibe from Kaden in particular. She's in grey. The crowd are olaying away. What's Lyra got on? Obviously, all the way. Lyra in like a green. I actually really like seeing people in different attires. Oh, she almost got eliminated there. Is that Isla Dawn? Leg sweep. She holds on. Big boot. Ah, she's gone. Isla Dawn eliminated. Yeah, it's good to mix it up, man. I really don't mind with them having, like, different attires. Over the top, bouncing back in. That was pretty cool by Katana. Natalya coming over. Duck underneath. There's Shayna Baszler. Pure Fusion Collective are represented here. Kaden needs to get back in the ring, man. She's in the wrong part of town. Oh, eliminated. Eliminated. Into the corner goes Katana. Lyra still in there. Maxine still in there. We have got... Is Chelsea in there? I haven't seen Chelsea. Oh. Down we go. Maxine is going to go for the caterpillar, but Shayna. Boom. Kick to the head. Shayna holds on. Shayna. Oh. Here we go. Reverse caterpillar into an elbow drop there by Maxine. And she gets caught, picked up. Alba fire. Dumps Maxine on the outside. Big slap. Maxine survives. Forearm strike back. The crowd are cheering Maxine. What the hell? Drop kick there by Ivy. Maxine is eliminated. When did we start cheering Maxine? Liv Morgan, watch him. Crossbody. Zelina on the shoulders of Ivy. Kick coming in. Oh, she's trying to drag Ivy to the outsides. On the outside. Oh, 619 actually. Ivy was hanging on the outside. She got 619'd and is eliminated by Zelina. Raquel does not like that. There we go. We go to commercial break. People can't say the crowd's dead for the women right now. No, they're making noise. Yeah, making noise. Asib said, do we know when Cena retirement tour starts? He's not meant to be back before the end of the year. Well, January, I would imagine the first show of Netflix. I'd almost certainly expect him on that. So, Netflix, I would imagine. But I have not seen anything official there. A. Jobson is cheering for Isla Dawn. Isla Dawn, we love you. Was the cat, George, the Stourbridge Junction cat, the second most famous thing from Stourbridge behind Jude Bellingham? Probably. We did have Robert Plant, the lead singer of Led Zeppelin. He used to work in Stourbridge, and I've told my Robert Plant story many times. And there was a couple of bands, Pop Will Eat Itself and Ned's Atomic Dustbin, which I don't think have aged very well, but they were quite big at the time. They came out of Stourbridge. Do you know who else came out of Stourbridge? Clint Mansell. Clint Mansell is not going to be a name that people recognize. And people are like, oh yeah, Clint Mansell, he came out, did he? So he was in Pop Will Eat Itself, right? And he has got, I'm just looking at Wikipedia, it's got him down as Coventry, but he has very, very strong connections to Stourbridge. I'm trying to look at the films that he has done soundtracks for, because that is what Clint Mansell has done, is soundtracks. Are these the soundtracks for him? Film. Okay, he has done soundtrack for Black Swan, Moon, The Wrestler, Doom, Sahara, just The Whole, Requiem for a Dream. Like quite a few. He's got loads actually. Loads that I've never heard of. But things like Out of the Blue, Rebecca, In the Earth, She Will, Sharper, Love Lies Bleeding, High Rise, Man Down, Noah, Filth, Stoker, Faster, Last Night, Black Swan, The Rebound, Farewell, Moon, Blood, The Last Vampire, Wrestler, Definitely Maybe, Wind Chill, Smoking Aces. Like, he's a big soundtrack guy. He does like loads of soundtracks for movies. So there's a few people that have come out of Stourbridge, but Jude Bellingham probably the biggest. Okay, we are back from commercial break. So we was at commercial break. We're back with this Battle Royal. I don't know if anyone's been eliminated whilst we were at commercial break. We've got Bianca and Jade are still in there. I'm sure this is Deadpool inspired. Spinning back fist as Zelina is eliminated. Oh, so Katana was eliminated. She managed to do a handstand, get her legs under the bottom rope, and then get back into the ring. And then she got eliminated straight after. Oh my God. I can so relate to that. Thinking that life's going well and that things are going really well, and then all of a sudden, you're wiped out. Oh, God, is that not just the most relatable thing ever? Oh, I feel you. Katana, I feel you. Nice kick there by Kyrie. And she's getting eliminated. She's gone. Boom, suplex. Kyrie is at the feet of Raquel. Shot coming in there by Natalia. Natalia eliminated. So we've got Shayna, we've got Sonya pointing over to Liv. They're both eliminated. Oh, yeah, Lyra's still there. Lyra is still there. Jade's still there. Bianca's still there. Aew is still there. This is our final four. Crowd are making noise, man. I am not down on any of these winning. Literally any of these would be fine. Right now, we've got Bianca facing Lyra. We've got Jade facing Aew. Lyra's my girl. I'm Team Lyra. Who do they want? Who do the crowd want? This is awesome. They want anyone. This is awesome is the chat. Look at them. Look at these heels. Both working on Lyra. Jade and Bianca working together. How's Lyra meant to deal with both of them at the same time? Right now, Aew gets hurled in the corner. Bianca going over, grabbing Lyra. Jade grabbing Aew. Lyra! Ooh, holds on. Aew holds on. They've both chucked each other over the top rope, but neither have been eliminated. Now they're turning their attention on... Worry about eliminating them, boomers. What are these boomers doing? Why are they staring at each other? You haven't eliminated the others? Yeah, they deserve that. Whilst they were staring at each other, Lyra and Aew have got back in the ring. Ah! Jaded and a KOD. Oh, this ain't good for Lyra. That ain't good for Lyra. Hold on. Cling on. Cling on. Yes, Raquel's got Bianca's hair. Pull her out. Pull her out. Lyra's back in. Pull her out. Now we've got Liv getting involved. Oh, yes! Bianca and Jade eliminated. We're down to 2. We're down to 2. It's going to be Aew or Lyra. The only thing is, whoever wins, I don't think they're going to win. So, big story there that Raquel and Liv have helped eliminate Bianca and Jade's from this Battle Royal. We're down to 2. Aew, Lyra. Lyra in the corner. Double knees by Aew. Aew has got Lyra. Goes to throw her over. Lyra stops. Back elbow. Lyra's push has kind of stalled, hasn't it? You know, she did really well in the... Whoa! Aew! Oh. To the outside leg sweep. That was sick. Nice leg sweep. Lyra against the ropes. No! Now both women are on the outsides. This is a really good battle royal, you know. Shots coming in. Aew and shots coming in there as well. They're both on the edge. Leg sweep. Aew goes down. Oh, this is, do you remember Asuka and Nikki Bella in the Rumble when they, kick by Aew. Lyra in a bad place. Stumps coming down by Aew. Grab a leg. Grab a leg. Kick her in the vagina. Oh my God. Shot coming in there by Aew. Pounding away. Hammer blows raining down. She pushes Aew. Oh, kick. Aew goes back into the corner. Both women on the outside of the ring. Who is going to touch the floor first? What's she going? I don't even know what she's going for. Shot coming into the midsection by Aew. I have no idea. Open palm into it. German. Well, I don't hate it, but like it's not the one I wanted. Aew wins. That was a really, like, do you know what? I really enjoyed that battle royal. I thought that was a really good battle royal. Match score. I wanted Lyra. She seemed a good pick. She's kind of an underdog. She had a really good push, and then it sort of stopped. And poor woman then struggled to get onto TV. So, good to see her get in, like, you know, a bit of a showcase there. I don't hate Aew winning, to be honest. I don't hate Aew winning. It's not about Aew winning, really. It's more about the fact Lyra didn't. Okay, we've got Kofi and Xavier. Oh. There is problems here between these two. I believe Lyra got married to get some time up. That is true, actually. She did get married. She probably did have honeymoon and everything. That's a good point. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Here we go. The Wyatt Sicks interrupting Xavier. There's the Miz tied up. And he is wearing a mask. It's a howdy mask. And he's saying, Howdy is saying what he tweeted. Miz, you've got this all wrong. You want Final Testament? I'm willing to forget about all this. Look at Bo laughing. We never cared about Final Testament. We wanted you. Dust. Dust you are, dust you will return. We never cared about Final Testament. Well, they probably should, because Final Testament have been causing some real problems. Poor Carrion. I bet Carrion's like, what? Wow, that was so good. That was so good. That was so good. That was so good. He's paying for the sins of the past. The only problem with it, right, and, you know, I think I know where it's going. He's on his own. If they wanted him and they didn't care about Final Testament, well, they've got him. So what are we going to watch now? Just weeks of him being tortured. That's the only thing that I'm like, what's this going? Where I think it's going is I think Final Testament, you know, Wyatt Sicks might not be interested in Final Testament, but I think Final Testament are interested in the Wyatt Sicks. And I think that the Wyatt and the Final Testament are going to try and get Miz back. And, you know, I think this will lead to a confrontation between those groups. So I feel like that's where it's going. But, yeah, what a video, man. Miz realizing that all the awful stuff that he has done in his past. And majority of his career has been heel. Think about all the people that he's hurt and betrayed, including Bo, when Bo was in the Miztourage. Like, think of all those people that he's hurt and that he's betrayed. He is now going to have to pay for those sins. He is now going to have to pay for that. We never cared about Final Testament. Dude. Stone said, Wyatt's proof they don't care about Carrion. Does anyone care about Carrion? I love Carrion, man. I think Carrion's awesome when it comes to his promos. He just doesn't get time to do anything on the show. He just doesn't get any creative or any opportunity. But actually, his social media work is next level. And amazing. Well, I don't know if... I'm guessing that segment has already been seen by people, because I'm guessing that's what people were sending me. But I never watched it. I promise I never watched it. I was not interested in the slightest. What a segment, man. I've obviously got people pinging it over. Actually, TNT Sports have already tweeted it out. We can't watch it, obviously, because copyright, but I have retweeted it. Coach Co said, my dog is biting my booty cheeks. Save my booty cheeks. Doggy, don't mess with this. I don't know. See a bottle in a bottle. Say AKK, lay fan. Bo is a gangster. My puppy has no tail because he has legs. Actually, a lot of people joining us for the first time might be thinking, what the hell's that about? That actually made more sense than a typical Coach Co message. Normally, we haven't got a flipping clue what any of it means. At least there, I'm under the impression there's a dog involved. Might be your mom. Coach Co, shout out to you. I hope they get your medication sorted. Imagine if it was that. His medication is just not quite right. They put him on the right medication. All of a sudden, he starts making sense. Imagine that. Goldberg telling us that he's going to have his retirement match next year. So, right, here come the New Day. What a segment, man. Buzzing off that. That was awesome. You don't get to see the Wyatt Sicks much, so when we do, and it's good. Cross was trying to get the bad Miz back, and Bo says, oh no, next for Cross is Xavier. Well, it was interesting they interrupted the Cross Across the Xavier. Oh, the Miz. Yeah. We'll let you know if we learn anything more. I wonder if there will be anything more. So really good segment. Interesting that it interrupted the Woods Kofi segment. Don't know that it means anything. Carlin Dawn said, and you say that I don't make sense. No, you make sense, Carl. It's just we don't like what you're guilty of. we just don't like what you've done, right? But it makes sense. So, Carl, shout out to you. Erase Your Mind said Bo is after Miz. Cross is after Bo. It's just one big, beautiful mess, isn't it? One big, beautiful mess. The match we deserve is Goldberg versus Cena, and it'll be the last match for both of them. We deserve that. Raid. Here we go. We got the Raiders coming down. The War Raiders coming down. Carrion didn't even care to try and find the Miz, said Vic. Well, he did sort of. I don't know if you saw that hotel clip where Scarlett was like, we need to go find him, and Carrion was like, oh, God. I mean, he didn't want to, but he sort of, I think he did go out and have a little look. I would imagine that'll be the next stage. Maybe Carrion arrives at wherever the Miz is being held. I wonder if we get another segment tonight. I was aware that we were going to get one because some excited community members pinged over like clips, but so I knew we would get something, but I don't know if we're getting anything else. Michael Cole did say if we get anything more, we'll bring it to you. So yeah. I really thought that Cena shouldn't go anywhere near Oldberg in his retirement year. Erase Your Mind, shout out to you, appreciate it. Carl, shout out to you. Koji Ko, love as always. He looked in the toy section. That's true. Theka239, the Eka. Oh, hello. We got Xavier on the outsides. Oh, my God. Little crossbody against the LED board. That was moody. The War Raiders, Eric and Ivar, are here. And they mean business. I quite fancy him to get the win in this one, actually. Yeah, that line of "we never cared about the Final Testament," that seems to have really resonated with people. Daze, I find window cleaner man, his finger is cut half in my house at lunchtime. Oh my God, what's going on? Is this spreading? Is Koji Coitus getting around the community? What? I find window cleaner man, his finger is cut. Are you not doing poetry now? What's going on? I'm going to try and read it again. I find window cleaner man. His finger is cut half in my house at lunchtime. I pick up and find him. He gets loads and loads of blood in his hand. I say to him, sorry. He said, it's okay. Wow. Do you know what? I actually really like that. That's like we went on a journey there, actually. Didn't we? Now that's poetry. Days, I find window cleaner man. His finger is cut half in my house at lunchtime. I pick up. I find him. He get lots and lots of blood in his hand. I say to him, sorry. He said, it okay. Might start crying, actually. Might start crying. Why, how did the window cleaner man have half his finger cut off in your house at lunchtime? Imagine that. Imagine that. Did you drop this? Oh God, yes, I did. Thank you. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, it's okay. Why is he saying it's okay? Why are you saying sorry? Why is he saying it's okay? The window cleaner man had half his finger cut off. There was blood everywhere. You said sorry. He said, oh, it's okay. Oh my God, there's so much to unpack with that. Matthew, I think there's going to be a lot of questions that come out of that comment. I'll go as far as say Kojiko. That's how you do it, right? That's how you do it. It's one of those that you start reading. It makes no sense whatsoever. You're like, oh my God, what is this? But it was very poetic, actually. And it told a story and it took us on a journey. And now we've got questions after. So, yeah. Honestly, Matthew, you've really delivered something there. I think you've really ate, as the kids like to say. Yeah. Thank you. Think of doing a book. LS Dub said, let's all write poetry. Elizabeth said, this segment with the Wyatt Sicks and the Miz, it felt like a horror movie. It was really good, wasn't it? Really good. Sonny said, please consider in my book. Look now, Sonny's got a poetry book. Oh my God, that was quick. I once saw a serial killer. He murdered Tony the Tiger, Captain Crunch, Snap, Crackle, Pop, and the Sugar Puff Monster. Deep. It's not as deep as the window cleaner, but I like it. I like it. Real American said, I thought about super chatting, then I decided not to, but it is the thought that counts. I would say so. I would say so. Here we go. We are back to the show. Uncle Revel said the Wyatt segment was just fantastic. I hope we get another one. Maybe they drop him off somewhere. Oh, I don't know. Well, maybe. But they've said that he's going to crawl on his belly through something of thorns, right? And he's going to, like, you know, return to dust. I mean, basically, they're talking about, you know, killing him. Which, I don't know. He's got kids, you know? And I know we're making him pay for his crimes, but he's been quite nice recently. And he really doesn't want to get involved in this. I think I'd be more satisfied if Miz had done more awful things. If the Miz had done more awful... I feel like they should have kidnapped Liv. If they'd kidnapped Liv, I'd be totally on board with this. But I feel like the Miz kind of went through a period of being like... I mean, it must be hard putting up with our truth. Do you know what I mean? Oh my God. Goofy goofster. Just goofing all the goofball. I love our truth, but imagine being in a tag team with him. Imagine him constantly getting confused about everything. Like, you can understand why Miz snapped. It's funny to watch our truth, but to be in a tag team with him, nightmare. So he lost his cool. He lost his frustration. He apologized for it. I know he's paying for the sins of the past, but, like, oh my God. Does the Bible not teach forgiveness? I believe it does. If I'm the Miz, that's my defense. I would request the Bible, and then I would try and find the part about forgiveness. And I'd be like, how does that make you feel? Eh? I know you like your Bible quotes. What's that doing? What's that doing to you? Right, New Day are trying to make the tag. The tag is made. Here we go. Boom. Drop kick. Kofi against the ropes. Oh. Goes in the corner. He's in there with Eric. Oh, lovely work by Kofi. Boot there by Eric to the midsection. Kofi goes down. Boom. 1, 2. No joy. On his feet, against the ropes, top rope pulled down. Goes to the outsides. Kofi! Oh, over the top to the outside, lands on top of Ivar. Now Kofi climbing up. I don't know where Xavier's disappeared to, but he has disappeared. It's all Kofi at the moment. Kofi against the ropes. Boom drop coming. Boom drop. Lovely, mate. Lovely. Kofi. New Day rocks. New Day rocks. Tag being made. Back slap tag by Xavier. Boom. Walloped. Gets caught. Oh, planted. Big uranagi. Woods has tagged himself in and he has botched this. He's botched it. War Raiders. That might be it. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, War Raiders win. No great surprise. So, we've done the Battle Royal. New Day versus War Raiders. Let's end this poll. Let's get a new one up. Daze, it's really impressive how you maintained your Smackdown stream numbers. They had 800,000 lost when it went to USA, says Big Time. Well, thank you. But it's the community that we need to thank for that, because I think we have a quite robust community in the sense of even if the show fluctuates, I think we've got like a core community that enjoy hanging out with each other. And it ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm fully aware that the vast majority probably have me on mute. But I see all day, like, people going, oh, you're going to be in the stream later? I'll see you there, you know? So there is a lot of, like, oh, I'll see you on the stream later tonight, yeah. Like, we have a legit community of people that enjoy hanging with each other, so I feel like that's why it's able to weather those little dips and whatnot. There we go. That is our next match that was done. I need to record these scores. 44, 33, 16, 16 and 4. People really enjoyed that Battle Royal. That Battle Royal was great. 60%. Goods. We'll have to see what the New Day thing comes out as. We are not too far away from the start of hour 2. Sami Zayn is making his way towards the ring. So this is quite exciting. See what Sami's got to say as he heads to the ring. Obviously, this is a big segment because of what went down with Roman and him haluva kicking. I think we'll see Jay in this moment as well. I don't know if we see Roman. We know that he's there. So there is a chance. But again, I know spoilers out there. People probably already know what we're going to be getting. I don't know what we're going to be getting. So we'll find out. Are you Team Kofi or Team Xavier? I am Team Kofi. I don't know if I should be, because I feel like Kofi has had his opportunity in his time. I don't feel like Xavier's had anywhere near as much opportunity. So, I don't know. I feel like maybe I should be Team Xavier, but I am Team Kofi. So the War Raiders finish with the War Machine, which Fightful are just saying is a new piece of information. Right. People saying, Big E, please help the New Day. Tensions in the New Day. I've got an uncle who's 62 in US, and he said that he used to watch SmackDown every week on Fox, but he can't find it anymore. He's started to watch NXT, and he's making that regular viewing. Oh, that's interesting. Daze, you've got to take at least some credit. You are steering the ship, says Rob. Well, I'll take credit in the sense of I set the streams up. I'll take credit in the sense of it's pretty much guaranteed I'll be here every Monday, well, I would say Tuesday. But, well, technically, I am back tomorrow with the Wrestling Escape Pods. In fact, you get a little bit kind of extra because I'll be back tomorrow with the Wrestling Escape Pods. I don't need to be in a rush to go to NXT, so if we overrun, then so be it. Tommy's going to talk loads about, he's just moved in, isn't he, to his new place. So Tommy's going to have lots to bring to the table tomorrow. We're doing an election special. I'm always happy to talk wrestling, of course, as well. So we've got that tomorrow. There'll be an unseen on the channel, of course there will, so that even if you're not interested in that, there'll be something on this channel. And then we're back Wednesday for like the ECW NXT, which is going to be awesome. So looking forward to that. And then, of course, we're back to a live show. I believe Smackdown is live this week, so that will be lovely. Kian said, I believe the next time that Roman will get a world title run is when it'll be about the 2026 Royal Rumble. Then he'll go against The Rock and we'll see Roman against heel Rock. You could be correct, my friends. You could be correct. I don't know what the plans are. According to Michael Cole, Eric thought his career might have been over after a bad injury that he suffered. Says WWE Ethan, thank you. Appreciate it. Right, we are back to the show. They're talking about the Europe. Here it is. We spoke about this on the... There we go. Look at this. The road to WrestleMania. Please don't be taped. Please don't be taped. I can't see how they're going to avoid it with the SmackDown ones. I mean, we really went into detail on that on Unseen yesterday. Or the latest Unseen. Glasgow, Scotland, Nottingham, England, London, England, Amsterdam, Netherlands, Vienna, Austria. Oh my God. The road to WrestleMania. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Here we go. Let's go. Sami Zayn making his way down to the ring. Let's go, Sami. Let's go, Sami. Call out Gunther. Call out Cody. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, bum. I just read a good comment there. No one cares about Daze. We're only here for Williams' comments. Who said that? That was good. A brony. I agree. Spartan said, Daze, they all come and hug it out, and then they enjoy some Arabian cuisine, and then we start yeeting and riding camels. Oh my God, that would be such a good second hour. If that's what we did. If that's all we did. That would be so much fun. Ah, look at that little girl. She was loving it. She was loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Crowd are great, aren't they? Oh, he's talking a different language. I think he's talking Arabic, because he just said Arabic. So he speaks Arabic and French and English. Oh my God, put the title on him. Oh my God, put the title on him. Speak our language on WWE TV. I came out here to address what went down between me. Oh, here we go. And Roman Reigns. Here's Jay. Now, Sami, don't forget what he said to you. He said you're not family. Yeah? Oh, no, look at all these people that are yeeting. No, not after what he said. I'm still hurt from it. I've not forgotten. I'm like those women that bear grudges. All of them? I mean, I don't know why I said those women. It's literally all of them. Yeah, that's me. I haven't forgot. I am expecting an apology here. I can't see any flowers. I can't see a card. I can't see any chocolates. He's come down. No, look, Sammy's like, look, everyone's doing all your stuff. Oh, God, he's so nice. I'd be stood there with a face like thunder. Oh, good to see you. I only thought you came out for segments that involved family. Thank you, Ooze. I watched the footage where you kicked Roman in the face. And B100. B100. Was it an accident? B100. What? Oh my God, here's the Scarlet Pimpernel. Jimmy Uso. Coming down. Dum 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 dum. Sami betrayed your family. But what are you on about? Apparently, there was a glitch on screen when Bianca and Jade was out, and it looked like Alexa, said Thomas. I ain't seen that. What's wrong with you, Oos? You saw what I saw. Everyone's seen what we saw. Sami Zayn kicked OTC dead in the face. I can't stand this boomer. Oh, he's using the P words? Are we allowed to use the P words? You were my dog. You brought me into this family. Yeah, it's true. He did always like him. Preach. It's true. Jimmy's pretty much kicked everyone in the face. He kicked me as well, Sami. He kicked me. I was just doing an NXT stream. Yeah. Do you think I owe you an explanation? I'm not the bad guy, says Jimmy. Sami Uso! Sami Uso! Don't get it, do you, Jim? Big Jim? Or should we say Little Jim? Yeah. I don't hate you, bro. Sami doesn't feel hate. He doesn't feel it. It's not an emotion he has. I never have. You're not the bad guy. Not a bad guy. Yes. He needs some tough love. Even Jay's like, it's true. Big Jim looked at Jay and Jay was like, you know, he's got a point, actually. Kind of hard to disagree with that. Oh, it's so good seeing these back together, isn't it? Felt like old times. For a minute, it felt like old times. Ooh-see, 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 ooh-see. It just lasted 1 minute. Yeah, I'm not being put on trial. I love you. I'm sorry. You don't say sorry. I can't do this again, says Sami. I love you. I'm sorry. I'm out. Just go, Sami. Just go. They don't appreciate you, Sami. Honestly, I'm still not over that comment from last week. I haven't heard an apology yet. I'm asking you. Please just come to Smackdown so that we can talk this out like family do. He ain't found my God. Oh my God. I was wrong, says Jay. He is family. Jay says Sami is family. Still haven't heard an apology. I see Jimmy Uso. NIC. He's going to say it. Say it, you boomer. Say it, you boomer. Sami Uso! That's what I see as well. I see that. Still haven't heard an apology, but I see Sami Uso. My brother. Oh. There we go. Sami walks away. He hasn't confirmed. Sami. Oh God, that was a good segment. There's Seth backstage with Jackie. Talking about the #1 contendership. That's Jay's way of apologizing, said Rad Bro. Well, you know, sometimes you have to just take it, I suppose. I would still linger. I would not forget it, and if there is like a big falling out, I would mention it again. You never even apologized to me last time. Yeah, that was a good segment. I thought that was a good segment. I hope Roman spears Sami or something, said Alex. Alex! You're allowed to have whatever opinion you want. Except that one. Daze, should the women always wrestle in this attire they're wearing? Because other attire is too revealing and too many thirsty guys. I think you're on a slippery slope if you tell women what they have to wear. So, I'm not going to fall into that trap. What I will say, though, is that I find a lot of women's attire to be just revealing and not that engaging. Like, really, other than, here's my ass. Here's quite a bit of boob. You know, here's my stomach, here's my arms, here's my legs. Like, the actual gear we get, it's hard to say it's iconic. I mean, I think Asuka has got really good gear, quite iconic gear. But if you think about some of the great ring gears from the past, you know, I do think that the women can be lacking a little bit because I think they do rely on their sexuality, their, you know, their lumps and their bumps. And I think that the ring gear kind of suffers. I think Bianca does some pretty cool stuff. I think Bianca takes a lot of pride in her gear. Bianca's had some really good ones. It's funny, actually. I mean, I can't quite remember what she was wearing, but they made a figure out of it. The one where it was white. She had a top and she had, like, I think it was long pants, actually. Like, long tights. And it had lots of her on with little, you know, her braids. Her that she uses to whip her hair. It had her all over with, like, tassels that were acting as the hair. And I thought that was really fun. But it honestly, it's quite rare. It's quite few and far between, really. So I wouldn't say that the women should wear this all the time, but I really have appreciated seeing them in some alternative attires and seeing what they can come up with, you know? That is actually, I mean, it's always a bit of a shame if it's just a boring bodysuit, there's nothing to it, but, you know, I thought what Jakara, let's take Jakara and Lash. I think what they wear normally is pretty forgettable. What Jakara Jackson and Lash Legend normally wear is completely, I couldn't even tell you. I can sort of picture it, but it's just very forgettable. I thought what they came down in on Saturday was really striking. It was that bodysuit that was kind of based on Avatar or Mystique or whatever. I don't think they knew. If you saw Unseen, they were both saying different things. But it looked great. And I even thought, like, Jakara with her hair changed. It was, like, shorter. It was kind of back a little bit and it was shorter. I just thought their look looked so good. It's the best I've ever seen them look. So there must be something in that where you're forced to change because of culture. And then you end up coming out with what I think is your best look, the best you've ever looked. I know it was a PLE, and I'm sure they put tons of effort in, but there's got to be something there. There's got to be something said for that. I want to see if I can find a picture, because there's no point like praising them if I don't show you what they look like. I know everyone saw them, but I really thought they looked really good. So I want to find the picture of them making their way down the ramp. That might be a bit too much to ask. There's a picture of them backstage. Is that a picture? Yeah. So this kind of bodysuit sort of thing, and her hair was different as well. Again, I couldn't tell you what they normally wear. I think it's just really forgettable stuff, man. Look at this. I mean, that is undeniably the best they've ever looked. So I think there is some... This is kind of the same argument we make about how just because you can't swear or, like, you know, have loads of blood, you've got to be PG. It doesn't mean that your promos have to be boring. It just means you have to be a bit more creative. And it's a little bit like this. Like, okay, you've got to cover up. You can't just have all your boobs out, your ass out and everything. You're going to have to do, like, you're going to have to cover up. What are you going to do that's going to, like, make that work? Well, they've come out with this, and I think it's their best look I've ever seen. I think that hair is a brilliant look for Jakara. She should keep that. Even this hair looks really good for Lash. Just thought they looked excellent. So, yeah, there is definitely something in, you know, playing around with your attire, mixing it up, and not just settling on something that's pretty, you know, passable. I think I saw Super Chat coming in, did I? Let's have a little look. Oh, a couple, actually. Carl and Dawn said, I once went outside and I was lost until I was found. Then I was gone. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 15 words that was. I once went outside and was lost until I was found. Then I was gone. That is good. That is good. I like that. There's some excellent poetry in the community this evening. I wasn't expecting that. Normally we talk about boobs and vaginas. So it is excellent to kind of raise the tone and go into poetry. The Beach Kevin said, taste is what folks like about Winston. People keep saying how the exclusive Winston filter lets the rich flavor come through. Smoke Winston, America's best-selling, best-tasting filter cigarette. Is this an advert for cigarettes? I feel like you've just super chatted like a mini advert for cigarettes. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think it's the kind of thing I really should be promoting, but as a soulless YouTuber that will do pretty much anything for money, it's honestly not below me to sit here and promote cigarettes. So, guys, Winston cigarettes, they're the best cigarettes, and I smoke 50 a day, and I've never felt better. Winston cigarettes. Smoky. I don't know how you promote cigarettes, but that felt about right. So, thank you, The Beach Kevin, for highlighting the fact that even though we try to elevate ourselves above influencers, other influencers, we're basically wallowing in the exact same muck. At the end of the day, I'm just as much scum the same as Logan Paul, Mr. Beast. If I could make a load of kids sick, you know, for money, I'd probably do it as well. Sadly, my reach is not big enough yet, but I do look forward to the future when it will be. Right, we've got Chad Gable in there against Dragon Lee. Let's see what we have got here. Is WWE buying TNA, said Kian. I don't think so, buds. I don't think so. They're working with them, but I ain't heard no word of them buying them. Daze, you know postmen post things in a post store in a house. I find window cleaners man finger. I pick it up with poop roll. It's real one. It's warm and yuck. What? You know the postman post things in the post store? What's a post store? I know the postman post things. I'm with you there, right? This is like a watch-along for 3-year-olds. I know the postman post things in the post store, of course. I find window cleaner man's finger. Okay. I pick it up with poop roll. Love poop roll. Loving that. It's real one. It's warm and yuck. Yeah, but the bit that, like, did he not find it was missing? Like, did he not ask for it back? Oh, I love that. I love that Chad jumps into that crossbody a little bit and makes it look so much better. Did you see Logan's response to the backlash? Dude went full promotional mode. No, I didn't. Is that about the moldy cheese? I have not seen his response to that. In fact, the only response I saw was it got mentioned. KSI Logan mentioned it, and then they were just laughing about it on the Impulsive show. Whoa! Wow! That didn't seem very controlled. Look at this. Dragon Lee just like, oh my god. I mean, he does manage to like take it on his back, but he is hanging in the air upside down for quite a time. That really felt like it was going wrong. He kind of goes and he hangs in the air like this, like upside down, vertical. And then at the last minute, he does manage to kind of land on his back. But that is a sick looking spot, you know. That is a sick looking spot. Wow. Loved it. I'm glad he's okay. Right. Days for a tape show, I think it's been very solid. Do you know, I do. I mean, if it had been spoiled, if this is one where you haven't been able to, like, avoid, then I can understand people being like, nah, not interested, and skipping it. But because I've been able to avoid spoilers, I'd imagine many of you have been able to avoid spoilers. It's kind of like a normal Raw for me. This just feels live. That was mental, though. That Dragon Lee moment, I'm just seeing, like, people firing in their thoughts on it. Stay tuned to find out if Dragon Lee is still alive, says WWE Creative Humor. Very good. Daze, quick question. If YouTube was around during the Attitude Era, do we think that some of the biggest YouTubers would have been wrestling YouTubers? Oh, that's a good question. Well, I don't know that they would have been wrestling YouTubers, because to be perfectly truthful with you, if you want to be success on YouTube, it makes the most sense to be sort of able to comment on the real big talking points, you know? Like, if you look at the people that have got, like, big followings, they tend to have a freedom to be able to talk about the election, YouTube drama. Like, they have this freedom that they've kind of crafted for themselves, where they can go and talk about anything, because really, if you talk about the trending topics, if you talk about where the majority of people are having a conversation, you know, clearly right now, the smart thing would be to make videos on the American election, right? Clearly. Just like when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, if you had the ability to make a video on that, you know, clearly that would be the big talking point, yeah? When like the Russian war kicked off with Ukraine, if you had the ability to do videos on that, you know, you're almost guaranteeing a certain amount of views because you are right where the conversation is. The only problem is there are so many people that do that. It's a very crowded market, but you know that you are being where the main conversation is never going to be a bad thing. So I can't say that the biggest YouTubers would have been wrestling YouTubers during the Attitude Era, because I still think that there was many other things going on in the world, lots of other topics that were bigger than wrestling at times. Wrestling was big, but it was not the, you know, it's not like everyone was tuned in. But it was big. But then, you know, there was big film releases, big albums coming out. There was, you know, obviously big things in politics. So I kind of think that it would probably be very similar to what you see now. I think it would be very similar. I think, you know, what you would find is there would have been more wrestling YouTubers. I definitely agree with that. I think there would have been more wrestling YouTubers. And I think fast forward 5 years, you'll have loads of wrestling YouTubers on YouTube. You know, I think this is going to be... I still think YouTube is growing. I think there is still room for people to start and join, but it does feel like we are reaching a bit of a kind of saturation point. Like, there's loads of people that do reactions, loads of people that do watch-alongs, loads of people that do countdown lists. I mean, there's just loads of people that do all of that stuff, but, you know, there's always going to be more and more people that want to give it a go. And there's going to be people that stop doing it, of course. So, yeah, I think there would have been more during the Attitude Era if YouTube was around, but I don't think the big YouTube... Not after bad news. We got Dragon Lee in the corner. Drop kick there by Dragon Lee. Two. Ugh. We've got Ivy on the outsides. Zelina is on the outside as well. Crowd are still right there, cheering away. It's a little bit quiet here. I don't think this has had much kind of build to it, this match. It's not a match I feel massively engaged with. Forearm strike. There's a picture of Batista voting. Are you allowed to take pictures of you voting? I don't know if that's something that's allowed or not. I'd imagine it is if he's done it. But I didn't know you could take pictures whilst you were in there. So there we go. Batista has voted. We'll never know who he voted for. Boom! German suplex. Dragon Lee on his feet. Oh, Chad reversing. Lots of quick reversals by these two. Boom! German. Boom! German. Gable hitting loads of Germans on Dragon Lee, but he can't get the third. Kick coming in there by Dragon Lee. Another kick there by Dragon Lee. Oh, trying to pick him up. Boom! Sit down powerbomb. 1, 2. No. Roses are red. Violets are blue. You always take my breath away. Now your boobies can too. There you go, Sonny, says Mark. Very powerful, Mark. Very powerful. Daze, I keep saying Michael Cole and Corey Graves on Raw and SmackDown because Wade is all right, but Joe Tessitore sucks, says Johnny. Gable's going to take the L again, said Kian. Here we go. We got Chad up top. Oh, my God. Yeah, Dragon Lee kind of fell through Gable's legs, but he managed to pick him up and then chuck him. Oh, do you know what? Chad just powered through that spot. Feet on the rope, but Zelina knocks Chad's feet off the rope. Chad Gable, here is... Dragon Sleeper! Ivy Nile with Zelina. Look at that, she's choking her out, man. Zelina down on her knees. Here's Ray. Ray Mysterio, what's he going to do? Mess up Ivy Nile? What's he doing? Ray is coming down. It's coming down to check on Zelina. Ivy is over the other side. Oh! Chad grabs Ray, drags him into the ring. Ah! We got a little glimpse. He tried to get the mask off Ray. 1, 2, 3. Do you know what? If you freeze frame that, I reckon you could probably see Ray's face. Oh my God. Oh my God. There is a frame where I reckon you could see Ray's face. I didn't even know he had a face. It's a win for Dragon Lee. Wow. Going backstage to Jackie Redmond. We're back there. Well, we're not backstage. We're actually at WWE Experience. Gunther, der Ring General. Ludwig, der Ring General. With no NXT, the web tomorrow, will you and Tommy stream the election? Where the main event will be interesting. Sadly not. I don't think we're looking to go through the whole night and do the whole thing, but I'm still very excited to watch it myself. Chad versus Dragon Lee. It was okay. I don't know why. I just didn't find myself really invested in it. Sheamus. Oh, Gunther looks at Ludwig. He's like, Sheamus, you wanted to take care of that guy, didn't you? I mean, he didn't go as far as to say you didn't, but we both have to do better, says Gunther. Gunther losing to Cody. Ludwig, of course, losing to Sheamus. We're not going to the main event, are we? Main event. Right, Daze, in case you didn't know, Monday 11th of Raw will be a double taping. Cameron, stop telling me about all this bad news. Don't want to know. I just want to pretend that there's never going to be any more tape shows. That's what I want. I don't want to think about any tape shows. I've just had to go through this and Smackdown. I don't want any more. I don't want to think about any more. You're trying to make me cry. Right, here's Damian Priest making his way down to the ring. New music for Priest. I don't know. I don't really know what his music sounds like, to be honest. He's going to have to change it eventually. I don't know if this is new. I can still hear the All Rise. And he's still kind of got a lot of Judgment Day imagery. Okay, Damian. Look at, we're going to look at the, we're looking at a trailer for Red One. Here we go. A big, fun, action Christmas movie. Red one. I feel like this looks awful. I feel like it looks truly awful. One of those that, like, when the Rotten Tomato score comes out, it's going to be like 16%. But then it is just like a nonsense Christmas rock film that, I don't know. I wouldn't go to the cinema for it. I don't get the vibe I'd go to the cinema for it. But if it was on Netflix, would I watch it? I don't know. I don't know. Looks like a movie I would only watch on the toilet, said Solo, I love you. I get that vibe. Do you feel that Ludwig is useless solo? He feels like a lifetime tag team guy. I think Ludwig's problem is that he doesn't have much presence because he's not the tallest of guys. And, you know, there's not really much to his character. There's not really much there to hang your hat on, really. He's Gunther's henchman, and it's very hard to make a successful career out of being, like, the dude that you have to get past to get to someone else, you know? I don't know. I think it's going to be a challenge. I think you could get him to, like, a mid-card belt. I feel like you could do that. You could give him enough wins to get him in the conversation to a mid-card belt, but I can't. It's hard to see him being like a WrestleMania main event or a WWE champion. You know, maybe at some point he gets to a World Heavyweight Championship if we're still here in like 8 years' time. But I think, you know, I could see him feuding around a mid-card and, you know, filling out a Money in the Bank and being used in a Rumble and stuff like that, you know. I wish him all the best. I don't have any ill feeling towards him. I wish him all the best. But, yeah, someone that can be a little bit tricky to kind of get excited by at the moment, you know. But then we haven't done a great deal to build him up, have we? Looks like the type of film you would watch on a flight. It does, actually. Yes, it does. Do you know what? This is going to sound bad, right? But you know me, I don't give a flip. It sounds like the kind of film that people tell me is really good and that they're going to the cinema to watch. And it's the kind of film I go, It's got that sort of Transformers 4 kind of vibe to it. You know, people getting excited for the first Transformers film. I understand that. But when the others came out and they were awful, and then people are still going to see Transformers 4 or Transformers 5, and they're like, no, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. We've changed the guy that runs catering, so like this should be better. And like, you're like, yeah, okay, good for you. And then they go and watch it, and it's awful. And you knew all along it would be awful. It's got that vibe. That vibe. I'm getting very strong Transformers 4 vibes from it. Jay said Red 1 looks good. Yeah, Jay. Transformers, they were silly fun, but the new ones are boring. I like Transformers. Yeah. Nah, the first one was all right. I get that. And I think that you could find something in like Bumblebee, but come on. Even the biggest film buffs have to admit that the further you go into that series, like, it's not great. It's not great. I'm trying to be kind. Transformers, Megan Fox was the best, said Brian. The first two were amazing, said Alex. Who do we think will win the 2025 Royal Rumble? Honestly, there's quite a lot of people that are in the running for that. I don't know. I mean, like, for the men, it's going to be some big name in it. I think next year's WrestleMania, there's so many big options with Cena, Randy, Punk. You know, I feel like it's it felt like it's one of them. But so I don't think it's going to be like, you know, some up and comer that wins the Rumble next year. Next year feels like a big name year. The women, a bit tricky. I mean, again, it might be a return in Becky or a return in Alexa. It could be a return in Charlotte. I mean, there's a lot of women that are coming, a return in Asuka. There's a lot of women coming back next year. So it could be a return to shake things up. And I'd imagine it'll be a big name on the men's side. Bumblebee was the best one, said Duran. I actually never saw Bumblebee, but I did think the trailer looked pretty good for that, yeah. The new Transformers that came out this year was good, said Cameron. What was it called? We'll have a look on Rotten Tomatoes. Because we know that that is the truth. Maybe this year was a return to form. I actually didn't know there was one out this year, if I'm being honest. How funny. How funny. Look at this. There actually was one that got 16%. Was that the fourth one as well? That would be hilarious if it was. Dark Side of the Moon, the Pink Floyd Transformers film, that got 35%. Age of Extinction, 18%. Revenge of the Fallen, 90%. Come on, look at this. 18, 19, 16. This is where I'm expecting Red One to be. All right, maybe it'll reach the dizzy heights of Dark of the Moon. Perhaps it'll go here. But actually, do you know what? Cameron is correct. Right? Cameron is correct. 2024, Transformers 1, 89%. You have to say, fair play. Because you are correct. This year was a return to form. But look at that, they had Scarlett Johansson in it. I didn't even heard of this. Is this an animated one? Or was it like an acted one? Is it CGI? They're not real films. They're not real films, are they? They're just like little cartoon things that people put out. It's a bit like saying that the Spider-Man multiverse thing that was animated is like the best Spider-Man film. It can't be, it's animated. You know what I mean? That's just like a little thing you knock out on the side. It's just a little something you just do in your spare time. Not like one of those big budget Hollywood ones, you know? So this is actually cheating. So that can't count, I'm afraid. So that's void. So we have to go back to these, look. And that one did get 16%. So that's my Red One review. Right, here is Seth freaking Rollins. He's still got the same jacket and everything he wore the other day. You'd think he would have brought a different jacket. Daze, did you watch Trump Kamala rap battle? I did not. Batman, big fan. I don't even know what Herbs is. Oh, Epic Rap Battles is that? Is that channel still going? That was a massive thing like 20 years ago. I didn't know it was still going. I think my homepage is very different to your homepage. My homepage is full of culture. When I go on my homepage, it recommends like performance artists and really powerful poets, not epic rap battles. Yeah, Batman. So I think we're just very different people, you and me. For example, you fight crime. I encourage it. Seth Rollins has made his way down to the ring then. 20 minutes left. 20 minutes left. 20 minutes. Did they tape this? They did. They didn't do it Saturday night. They did it Sunday. Days without realize. Do you not realize how much goes into animation? Yeah, but it's all computers now, innit? You press the button, it does it. Do you know what I mean? You just, what you do, right? I'm going to let you in on an industry secret. You go to this website and you type in what you want and it makes the video for you. I saw Donald Trump serving fries at McDonald's and he never did. So what you do is you just go, Gemini, co-pilot, make a new Transformers film, enter, and it goes, does it? Yeah, all right, you might have to tweak a few things, but by and large, that's what they do. The AI technology we get today, they have in Hollywood like 5 years ago, so you know what I mean? It's hard to put too much praise onto it. It's not the same as a person actually delivering the lines, you know? Because you have to factor in human error. Oh, Dominik finding himself in a bad situation. Yeah, and Damian's like, go ahead, do the 10 beats of battering. No, I'm not going to do it along. It hurts a little. The first 5 Transformers films are just silly fun, but the new ones are boring, and that's the worst thing a movie can be, said Scottish Nightmare. Oh, Rollins actually rolled up Damian. Up round the back elbow there by Sheamus. What do we think about Saudi Arabia Raw stage? Do you like it? Looks pretty good. Well, I do like it. I wish Raw felt different. It's a shame that this is only because of the PLE on Saturday. Because it feels different to a normal Raw, so I really appreciate that. So I wish we did mix it up a little bit more. But yeah, it is nice having a bigger stage in it for Raw. Right, we got Sheamus, and we through the ropes. I don't know who wins this. Boom, into Dominik. Seth Rollins getting back into the ring. We got 18 minutes. 18 minutes to go. Rollins is rolling. Do we think that Brock Lesnar will be back in the Rumble? No. His legal situation will not be resolved by January. Daze, are you watching Raw Talk today? That's a good question. That's a good question. It really gets in the way, you know? Because I really have, like... And the problem I've got is that at 3 o'clock UK time, that's 10 p.m. American time, I've only got a very, very short window until people in America go to bed. Once you're hitting like 11:30, midnight, people are rightfully going to bed. I mean, it's Tuesday tomorrow. People have got college, people have got school, people have got work. So the problem I have is that I probably should stay for Raw Talk because there may be an update regarding The Miz. And if I do Unseen and it doesn't feature that, I'm going to kick myself. I'm going to be annoyed. And I'll be like, I should have waited because Unseen is not complete. But equally, if I do wait, Unseen's going up too late. And it hurts, like, how many people get a chance to watch it. I know people can watch it in the morning, but it's a real bind, this is. I wish it would be lovely if Michael Cole was to go, right, if anyone's wondering, there won't be any Wyatt Sicks on Raw Talk. That would be great if he could just give me that information rather than me sitting here like a boomer not knowing what to do. I'm indecisive at the best of times. So, do you do it? Do you not do it? You know, if I do Unseen, you know there'll be some Wyatt Sicks stuff on there. And then you know if I wait, there won't be. I can't win. There is absolutely no way of winning in this. I swear, a lot of the decisions that get made by WWE are all done to screw me over. That is the main purpose, is to just find a way of really screwing me over. We are at commercial break. I had no idea that Hacken Schmidt was Estonian, said Lisa. If WWE were ever to go to Estonia for a show, his name should be brought up. Thoughts? I can't see how they wouldn't mention it if they went to Estonia. I mean, really, what else has ever come out of Estonia? Literally, George Hacken Schmidt and... let's look. What is Estonia known for? Estonia famous for... Let's find out. Apparently they're known for wonderfully preserved medieval architecture. Yeah. 25 incredible things you didn't know about Estonia. It's mostly female? What? Ah, what's this? Well, at least we got to see number one. It's mostly female? Woo! How far is... hang on. Hang on. How far am I from Estonia? Flights to Estonia. Use precise location. Yes, allow. Here we go. How much is it to get to Estonia from here? Cheap flights to Estonia. Cheap flights to United Kingdom. Estonia. When am I going? On the 10th. I'll be there 10 days. That's fine. That's enough time. No. You shut up. You shut up. This can't be right. United Kingdom to Estonia, 7 nights for just me. Flights, £96. 4-star hotel, £38. There's a country that's mostly female, and it's only going to cost me £100 to get there, and then £40 to stay there. That's not right. 4-star hotel. That's not right. £140 to fly and stay in a hotel. Guys, if you've ever thought of super chatting, now is the time. We never ask for super chats, but we are trying to get super chats. I'm saving up for a new keyboards, and the one I want is £140. I'm after a new £140 keyboard to replace this. Look, this one's got a wire. Rubbish. I need a new one. So this doesn't even work. Look, it's rubbish. So if you ever thought, oh, I might super chat, now is definitely the time. Hashtag let's get Daze a new keyboard. Yep. Don't worry if the background's a bit different next time you see me. Yeah, I'm thinking of just revamping this. I'm thinking of changing the background. Boom, Dominik getting planted. 4-star Estonian hotels. Let's have a little look, shall we? Yes, Batman Big, thank you. We're just looking for 139 more of those now. Back elbow by Damian, and Dominik planted. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at some of these. This is just £82. Look at this. I don't even know what it is. I think it's a swimming pool. 112. You know, you spend that little bit more to get a little bit more, don't you? Oh, that's fine. That's good. That's nice. Isn't it? Oh. It's like Downton Abbey. Oh, what a reception. Oh, look at this. So all the girls can go there, and then me and a couple of girls can be in here. Oh my god, Estonia's the best. I'm such an Estonian fan. I'm a stan for Estonia. Thank Thank you, George Hacken Schmidt. Knee by Shane. Here they come. Yes. Dormouse said for your keyboard. Thank you, Dormouse. I would type thank you, but I can't because my keyboard's broken. This cable's loose and everything, so I just have to verbally say it. But Dormouse, thank you, my friends. Muse 0042 said investing in an Estonia. Have they got toys in Estonia? Estonia toy shop. Toys might not have reached Estonia, you know. That might be like a new concept for the children over there. I think the children have to work in fields and stuff. No, they got toys. Oh my god. If I put in like Estonian toy shop, look at this. They've got all these. Who's this fella? Oh my god. Oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy that's got like green smoke coming up. Look, he looks high. He looks high. Oh, they have just the best mascots in Estonia. They've got high flipping Donald Duck. The Estonian Geek Shop. Oh, I'm going. Flipping going, mate. Mostly female. 4-star hotels. Absolutely smacked off their faces Donald Ducks. Oh, my God. This is the best. This is the best. So we're going to go to an Estonian... There's an Estonian child? Hey, these toy shops look all right as well, you know. Don't they? I just thought it was going to be like rocks or something like that. I just thought it was going to be like rocks and like little bits of dirt or something. I don't know what they play with in Estonia. I mean, I'm not being offensive. I don't think the economy is, you know, that strong in Estonia. Hence why it only costs like, you know, a pack of bubble gum to get a flight there. Extreme. So no, that's not Estonia. It's not Estonia. What are they flipping on about? I think these might be Estonia. I don't think I'm going to be drowning in toy options when it comes to Estonia, and I might struggle to find any wrestling related stuff, but I'm up for the challenge. I am up for the challenge. I wonder if there's like a Hacken Schmidt. Do you know? I think there is actually. Hacken Schmidt statue. Oh my god. Is that Hacken Schmidt? Oh no, that's Frank Gotch. Oh, I was so excited. But there's a giveaway that is not, and also here it says Frank Gotch. But there is a Frank Gotch. If you're in Iowa, you can go and see Frank Gotch statue. Oh my god, I would so do that. Boomers, American boomers. Why are there not people getting pictures with this statue? You've got a statue of Frank Gotch and you're not having your picture took with it. Road trip. That's pretty sick. Right, Sheamus has got Damian. King Yedi said to Estonia and beyond. Yes! Yes! Shout out to you, my friends. Oh my god, people are being so generous. Like, part of me thinks might be corruption. Part of me thinks this joke might have gone a bit too far. Part of me thinks I might have to go to Estonia now. Drop kick by Seth. No, not Seth. It was Dominik. Against the ropes. Gets caught by Sheamus. Boom! Planted! Batman big fan. Shout out to you. King Yedi. Shout out to you. Sheamus going back to the corner. Muse 0042. Oh my god, my Estonian fund, keyboard fund is doing so well. Well, I'll tell you what else is doing well. This crowd is fired up, man. Brogue is on the way. Super kick by Seth. Super kick by Seth. Dominik going over, rolling up Seth. 1, 2, grabbed some tights. Only got 2 kicks. I tell you, it was a good pace to this match. I probably should be watching. Lovely. Pedigree by Seth. EST said pack lights. Oh, I'm going to have to, but because I'm thinking of bringing some of the women back. Apparently it's like loads of women there, so I'm Oh, Big Bronson Reeds! Big Bronson Reeds! Smashing people into ring steps. Seth going through the ropes. He kicks Big Bronson Reed. Big shots coming in by Seth. Seth goes against the ring. Down goes Seth. We're at the business end. Big Bronson Reed. Metal Mama, shout out to you, buds. For the keyboards. I do need to just point out the keyboard I've got my eye on looks very similar to this keyboard. So when I do definitely buy that new keyboard, it's going to look similar. But the internals are greatly improved. This is like 50 years old. The new ones uses AI. Nice Death Valley Driver. Was it a Death Valley Driver? Like a... Oh, look at Dominik. Dominik on the outside just... Tsunami! Oh my God. He's going up top. Oh, everyone's getting tsunamids. You get a tsunami. And you get a tsunami. A human wrecking ball. Everyone's getting tsunamied. Alex, shout out to you, bud. Daze, Bachelor Arc in Estonia. My God, can you imagine my travel vlog? My travel vlog will be sick. Bronson, oh! Lands on Seth. Seth gets driven through the commentary table. Oh, wow. Seth is driven through the commentary table. He gets splashed by Big Bronson Reed, who walks away. Dominik, is he going to do this? Is Dominik going to do this? Dominik is hidden. 1, 2. Ah, Damian makes the save. Is Dominik going to do this? Is Dominik going to do this? Oh my God. Literally, everyone has been brutalized by Big Bronson Reed. The only person that's still fresh is Dirty Dominik Mysterio. Oh my God. Dominik up top. Oh, gets caught. Oh. Priest plants Dominik. 1, 2, 3. Damn. I wish they'd teased that a little bit longer. I wish they'd just teased it a little bit longer. That Dominik might have actually got the victory there, you know? Oh. Oh. No. Big Bronson Reed really changing the game in that one. Whoa, Mark! Dudes! Did your keyboard break? Dude, I didn't even see this. I had, like, people donating a couple of dollars, which is very kind. It all goes towards my keyboard fund. But, Mark, dudes! I don't even know what to say to that. That is so generous. That is so generous. Oh my God, am I going to have to go to Estonia? Am I? What does this mean? Oh my God. I certainly feel there's a bit more pressure that's been added to the situation now. I think I'm going to Estonia, guys. I mean, getting the keyboards. We got Gunther, we got Damian staring at each other as this show comes to an end. Mark, that is so appreciated. And I don't even know how to react to such a kind, generous donation. Have people been like kind in response and all that stuff? Gaia said flight and keyboard name is Becky. What, your name is Becky? Flighty and keyboard name is Becky. I don't even understand what that means. Oh my god. Oh my god. King Yeti said buy the keyboard in Estonia. Oh my god. Are there any keyboard stores in Estonia, says Matter? Guys, I feel like sometimes when we say stuff like we're like, you know, having fun and like, oh, now there's going to be all this pressure to actually go to Estonia. This is Vic said he's got to go now. Daze, you're going to Estonia, guys. I can't go to Estonia. I have to do streams. I don't know what the Wi-Fi's like in Estonia. Do they even have Wi-Fi? I'll Google it. We'll find out. We'll find out if they have Wi-Fi in Estonia. Wi-Fi. Where's Estonia? I don't even know where it is. Is there Wi-Fi in Estonia? What if it's like 1G? Many cafes, restaurants offer free Wi-Fi. Yeah, but it might be like the beta version of Wi-Fi. Do they have 4G? Have they got 5? I mean, I'm on 5G now. I mean, I don't want to brag, but do you know what I mean? Wi-Fi is the... Oh my god. 4G? I'll take 4G. 4G would be fine. In Estonia, fixed broadband gives a mixed performance compared to the EU. I don't think that's a surprise. The fixed broadband take-up is 83%. I don't know what that means. 3G, 4G, 5G coverage map in Estonia. This is what I want. Select a carrier. Cross. Carrier cross. What the flip does this mean? What does this mean? What am I meant to do with this information? What does this mean? What does this mean? What does that mean? I want 4G. I want 4G. Give me that. So what does that mean? I can only go where these lines are. Oh, actually, look at this. Oh, that's where I want to be. That's 5G. I want to be there. Where's Estonia? Guys, where's Estonia? Is it by the Ukraine? Is it by Ukraine? Guys, am I going by the Ukraine? Have you heard what's going on? Oh my god, it is as well! Oh my god! Oh, you lot are trying to send me to the Ukraine? Look, oh god, that's Russia, that is! That's Russia! This is no, that's Moscow! There ain't no one wanting to go here. Look, there's the Ukraine. Oh, my God. Oh, God. I'm going to get dragged into the war. So, look, there's the Ukraine. Then you got this Belarus, Belarus, whatever, lithium. Then you've got Latvia, latte. And then here, look, we've got this one, Estonia. Here, look, literally, it's on the border of Russia. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh god, that's St. Petersburg. That's like one of Russia's major cities. There would be no surprise whatsoever if the Ukraine was like attacking St. Petersburg. Yeah, because that's there. Flipping Moscow was only over it. There's Moscow. Moscow. Look where it is. Flipping right there. Oh god. Oh god. I mean, if the good thing is, if Russia do attack Estonia, I think that does mean that like a lot of countries come to its help, but that ain't gonna help me if I'm deaded. Is it? Oh god, I thought it was here, like round here. Do you know what I mean? Round here, like that bit. What's that? Who's that? I thought even that's next to Ukraine now. I've only just noticed. Look, there is literally nowhere safe here. This bit here, awful. All of it at the moment. Oh, God. Oh, God. No wonder. Oh, it makes sense now, doesn't it? All of a sudden, doesn't it all just make sense? What? It's only £96 to travel to Estonia. Yeah. Wow. On a plane. Yeah, on a plane. Yeah. I mean, you might not make it, right? You got to get past all the flipping missiles and all the flipping drones. You might not make it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh God. Well, what do I do with that now? What do I do with that? Imagine me streaming with a tin helmet on. Yeah? In a bunker. I mean, I don't know if it's that bad there. It might be fine there in all fairness. I don't know. But, oh, God. Honestly, I didn't know where it was. Why can't it be like Bulgaria? Why can't it be here? Look, that would be lovely. Why can't it be that country? Or this country? Or this country? Serbia? That could have been one of them. That'd be lovely away from the issue. But no. Flipping right here, innit? I mean, it is, I would say, you know, a little bit north, right? So we do have that going for us. But, fun fact, Ukraine is attacking different parts of Russia with drone strikes, yeah? So, I mean, it ain't out the question that, like, this gets dragged into it somehow. And you know it'll be the weekend I'm there. You know the weekend I'm there is there that this will all get dragged into it. I mean, I feel sorry for these people anyway, but, you know. Oh, God. Awful, innit? It's just awful. No wonder you guys were so eager to keep funding and keep firing in all this support, eh? King Yeti said, I believe that is Howard the Duck. Jimmy J said, I'm donating this for the cause. Yeah. I mean, I'm not feeling brilliant about the cause. I mean, I don't know if you've heard the news. I don't know if you've just joined the stream, but yeah. EST said, Mark Super Chat. I know, Mark's desperate for me to experience horrificness. Stream from there, said EST. I don't know if I'm meant to thank Gaius or Becky. I don't know who I'm meant to be thanking. I'm confused on that one. But thank you. Mark, a big shout out to you as well, of course. King Yeti said, buy the keyboard in Estonia. King Yeti said, help with the war. It will be 2 birds, 1 Estonia. Oh my God. 2 birds, 1 Estonia. Oh, come on. That is so good. That is so good. 2 birds, 1 Estonia. That is so good. That's the peak of comedy. That is literally, there is nowhere we go after that. That is the peak of comedy. Oh my God. It's worth going just to be able to tell the receptionist that joke. I thought I'd come here because I could do a bit of filming and help out with the war. 2 birds, 1 Estonia, as they say. And then they'd be like, the war's not a laughing matter. And I'd be like, oh, no, I'm so sorry. I'm really, honestly, I didn't mean any disrespect. I am really sorry. But you gotta laugh at you, really, you know? 2 birds, 1 Estonia. That is so good. Oh, God. What a journey. What a journey we've been on, eh? Oh, King Yeti. That is, honestly. When I look back on my time streaming and I think about some of the great moments, 2 birds, 1 Estonia, I think will be in the conversation. Ah, that is so... It satisfies my soul. Good comedy like that. Good witty lines that combine a lot of elements and things were topical. I feel better. I feel like a better person. Oh, so good. Coach Cody said, I've been working on the railroad all the livelong day. I've been working on the railroad just to pass the time away. Daze, won't you blow? Daze, won't you blow? I don't know what that means. Once again, Coach Code, thank you, my friend. We were trying to raise £140 for a new keyboard. I think with the generosity of the community, I think we have actually surpassed that target, which does now make me nervous because I do now feel like I owe the community something. But I mean, going to Estonia is, I'm just saying, it's going to have some challenges. That's all I'm going to say, right? Right now, in the current climate, there's definitely a few things that are going to need to be worked out, right? So I'm definitely not against the idea. I mean, I was pretty much hooked as soon as we heard that it was a male-female population. Oh, and they're going to be desperate as well, aren't they? Oh, do you know what I mean? Imagine that going out every weekend. It's just go, go, go. Oh, God. What's this? Who's this charming English gentleman that's just told a really good joke that I stole? Who's this? Who's this person? Oh, honestly, I would clean up over there. I would clean up over there. Some things in life, they are worth gambling for, you know? Even if it does mean going near a war zone. Oh, are you James Bonds? Some people call me that, love. Some people. Maybe that person could be you. Shaken, not stirred. Yeah, I know I've drunk out of it, but it's not shake it. And you need to shake it a bit more. You know what they say? Two birds, one Estonia. I couldn't remember. I've had a drink. I couldn't remember it. My delivery was off because I'd had a drink. Even if it was just a pretend drink. Oh my God. Shit, even if I mess up the delivery, do you know what I mean? I haven't got a vagina. They're still going to love me. It's going to be amazing. Oh, God. And there might be a language barrier, so I might just have to shout Hacken Schmidt at them and see if that gets me anywhere. Hacken Schmidt? Yeah? Hacken Schmidt. Oh, I bet he's a god over there. Nothing good's come out of Estonia. Imagine an suave English gentleman that looks like James Bond telling an amazing joke and then shouting the word Hacken Schmidt at them. They're going to flipping love me. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Gaius, Becky, shout out to you. Mark, Firefly Forever. I wouldn't even know where to start. I mean, look, I can read the comments in response. Metal Mama says legend. Brendan says Roman Reigns. Batman, big fan, is laughing his head off. Corey is laughing his head off. Matta says, damn, Ron Simmons. Corey said, for Daisy's freaky party. Yep. Dormouse said, holy shiz, keyboard boards. Yep. Gashan said, dub for Mark. EST said, legendary. Akim said, amazing. Brendan says, Brendan. And then he acknowledged himself. Justin says, clutch. EST said days. Matta said days. Dormouse said days. Check this super chat out. Kader said goat. Dormouse said days again. Matta said days again. Gashan said finally. And Vic says, wow, he's got to go now. He's got to go now. Scenes, isn't it? We should start a food fight in a pub, said Stephen. Now you have to go to Estonia, said Leeson, but it will work as you look a little Estonian. What does that mean? What does that mean? How do I look a little Estonian? What do Estonian... Oh, shall I Google that? What do Estonians look like? Estonian person. I think they're just called Estonians. Here we go. Do I look like any of these? Do I look like him? Do I look like him? This guy... he's a politician. I need that hair. Oh, is this a real man? Are we sure that this isn't the dude out of Tiger King? Has he maybe not gone over to Estonia and is now become their politician over there? That, we can't rule it out, can we? We can't rule it out. What was his flip? I can't remember his name. The Tiger King guy? That is, I mean, that is amazing. Do you reckon we'll all be having this haircut soon? That is amazing. There they are. Here they are. Here they are. How wonder... Oh, do you think they all wear that? Amazing. Who's she? Oh, yeah. I'm definitely hooking up with her. What about that one? Yep. And that one? Yep. That one. And that one. Yep. All of these. I'm going to have one for each day of the week. And this one. That one. Why not? Who's this guy? Is that my competition? Oh, mate! Mate! Oh! Imagine me in a club. I've got to compete with this boomer. Oh, my God. Game over. Game over, mate. With my joke and the fact that I can shout the word Hacken Schmidt at the women. Amazing. Amazing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Estonia uncensored. Oh my god. Oh jeez. This is just the best. Yeah, I've come to the conclusion it's absolutely fine that it's close to a war zone. I'm finding the courage to look past it. Oh god, this is just the best. Well, there we go. It's very exciting time. I will cry watching the Netflix documentary of Daze being banged to death in Estonia. Is that going to be what it's called? Banged to death? Mr. B said, congrats on the trip. We will miss you. You're still a boomer, Daze. Yep, still a boomer. Estonia gone wild. There you are. You might want to figure out what language to speak. Oh, that's easy for me. I only have one. That's not going to be a hard decision, is it really? I mean, I could flip into French or Spanish, but then very quickly realize I don't know it. I could try and flip over into, I don't know, what's going on? Carrion's here? Oh my god. Hang on, we got something happening here. Right, Carrion. Miz brought this on himself. He said he's going to throw Miz off a roof. So he's blaming the Miz. Bron Breaker's here. All right. How you doing, Bron? Oh my god, I'm going to have to start working out, guys. Where's Scarlett from? Isn't she, like, from that part of the world? She might not be Estonian, but... Scarlett, WWE. She is from the United States. Hang on, she's got a heritage somewhere. It's not the United States. Where's her flipping family from? She's married to Karrion Kross. They announced their marriage. Yeah, but where's her family from? I remember Karrion telling a story about a plow and a donkey and all this stuff. Do you remember that? What's her heritage? Her parents are Romanian. There we go. Her parents are Romanian. Okay, so her parents are Romanian, which I think is sort of the same sort of ballpark. So I might end up getting like a Scarlet. I might end up coming back with a Scarlet. So, guys, I'm going to have to start working out. That might mean you're going to get a few less unscenes. Yeah. I need to get jacked. Because if we're doing this, we've got to maximize the opportunity, haven't we? You know? I ain't spending all this money. I ain't spending all this £140 to go and it be a waste of time. Let me tell you. Right, I am going to run away because I need to get some stuff done. I don't think following that we're actually going to be getting anything more Wyatt Sicks related. So we are going to call it quits. But again, a massive thank you to everyone that joined us. A big, big thank you to everyone that lost their mind at the end of the stream and decided that sending me to Estonia was something that they really did want to help fund and be a part of. So once again, of course, a massive shout out to Mark, Firefly Forever. It really is mind-blowing, buds, and it has been more than recognized by the community. I think you've blown everyone's mind there. And same with Gaius Kun as well. Might be going by the name Becky. I'm really not sure. But a big thank you to you also. And a big thank you to everybody that has kindly donated. I'm going to run away so that I can work on Unseen and get some stuff put together for that. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow for the Wrestling Escape Pods. And then we'll be back on with. So you're not going to not see me. I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know where I'll be in the world, but I'll be back tomorrow for the Wrestling Escape Pods. We'll be back on Wednesday for NXT. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.